Chapter 1271. The origin beast referred to the birth of all living things at the beginning of the world. It was condensed from various source energies, and after undergoing layers of transformation, it became a creature that truly possessed intelligence. It could be said that the origin beast was the most primitive type of creature. It was just that they did not possess the ability to think or survive. Once they left the place of life, they would immediately die and be digested. Of course, this kind of origin beast would inherit the existence of some of the factors in the place of life. For example, fire-type origin beasts would be more explosive, while wood-type origin beasts would be more docile. The origin beast in front of him was born from the 9 types of explosive power. It was unknown how many millions of years it had taken for it to become like this. Therefore, it had also inherited the explosive factors here. As soon as Ling Xiao approached, it charged towards Ling Xiao, wanting to destroy this thing that was different from it. This was purely a primitive action, not deliberate or intentional. It was just like the berserk explosion zone. The power it emitted was shockingly much more terrifying than the energy blasted from the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately used the divine cauldron to block his figure. Bang! Ling Xiao felt a powerful impact. He and the divine cauldron were actually sent flying far away. While Ling Xiao was shocked, the origin beast rushed over again. All the explosive power in the surroundings seemed to be under its control. Lightning, flames, hail. All of them bombarded Ling Xiao. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao's skin and flesh were split open by the explosive power, but he did not die just like that. After all, he had lived here for nearly 10 years, and his body had already been strengthened to perfection. My God, it can actually use the power of this place. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. The other party's attack was actually much more terrifying than any peak Divine King's attack. If there were a few more attacks like this, even Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand them. He really wanted to escape immediately. After all, this origin beast did not have any intelligence and did not know how to track him. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to leave just like that. After all, this origin beast's crystal was an incipient God realm material. It was a divine item that even incipient God realm experts were jealous of. One had to know that the primordial beast was formed from origin power. But after countless years, its origin power was layered and heavy. It was beyond the scope of ordinary God materials. Thus, as long as they could get the origin crystal, it would be a big benefit to their cultivation. Even incipient God realm experts couldn't resist this temptation. It could be said that the primordial beast itself was a supreme divine material. How could Ling Xiao let it slip away from his eyes? Although the origin beast's attack was almost as powerful as a half-incipient God realm expert, it only knew one attack. It didn't have anything new. However, this made Ling Xiao suffer a lot. After all, this place was its home field. It had the absolute advantage. Each of its attacks would only become stronger. If it didn't know how to use its advantages, Ling Xiao wouldn't be hurt like this. As Ling Xiao dodged its attacks, he observed the primordial beast. He had to find its weakness and deal it a destructive blow. After observing for a while, Ling Xiao finally found a strange energy crystal in its glabella. It was made of 9 different colors. It was the key to the origin beast. Ling Xiao sneered. He threw the golden dragon spear at the beast's glabella. The origin beast didn't have the ability to think. It didn't do anything to defend against the incoming danger. The golden dragon spear smashed into the space between its eyebrows. Ling Xiao thought that it was enough to stop the origin beast. However, when the golden dragon spear hit the beast's glabella, the golden dragon spear was blown away. It couldn't pierce the energy crystal of the origin beast. Ling Xiao's attack seemed to make the primordial beast even angrier. It had drawn all the energy within 10,000 miles. Different kinds of energy intertwined with each other as if it wanted to smash everything in this area into smithereens. This power was simply terrifying to the extreme, and even Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of fear. All he knew was that once he was hit by the explosive power that had gathered, the 3 foreign creatures in his sea of consciousness would be destroyed. This was definitely the power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. It was the attack of a real incipient God Realm expert. Ling Xiao didn't think and immediately enlarged the divine cauldron. He hid inside the cauldron again. The cauldron's mouth was sealed with layers of restrictions that Obsidian had set up, isolating the energy outside. Even so, Ling Xiao still felt like he was in a storm inside the divine cauldron. He felt dizzy. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao finally felt the energy outside lessen. He dared to come out again. He found that the origin beast was still not far ahead. It seemed to be in a deep sleep, fusing with the explosive energy. Ordinary people couldn't find it. If Ling Xiao didn't have sharp eyes, he wouldn't have found it. Perhaps the primordial beast underwent a metamorphosis in this endless slumber. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as his divine soul avatar appeared. When the god's soul clone appeared, the golden dragon spear was already in his hand. When he gathered his energy to the peak, he threw it at the origin beast's forehead. The god soul clone was only 1 step away from peak God King realm. After his power increased dozens of times, it was definitely as strong as a peak God King's full-powered attack. The golden dragon spear stabbed the origin beast's forehead again. It wasn't blown away, but it didn't break it either. The origin beast didn't seem to feel anything. It just stayed there and didn't attack. Ling Xiao finally remembered that the energy here had been bombarding this place for a long time. The power of the origin beast's crystal was unimaginably strong. He was just a god king. It was wishful thinking to break it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and put away the golden dragon spear. It seems that with my current power, I can't break its weakness no matter what. Ling Xiao mocked himself and wanted to leave. However, just as he put away the divine cauldron, an idea flashed through his mind. He didn't think and immediately put the origin beast into the last layer of the divine cauldron. As expected, the origin beast moved from this explosive space to his divine cauldron as his thought flickered. Ling Xiao couldn't close his mouth. He hadn't thought that he could subdue the origin beast so easily. It was reasonable. After all, the origin beast hadn't become a real living creature. It was just a crystal of energy. It was still in the process of changing. Thus, Ling Xiao treated it like an object and used his thought to put it into the divine cauldron. He hadn't thought that this method would work. Without the cleansing of the berserk energy here, the primordial beast that was still in a deep slumber would dissipate sooner or later. At that time, it would split into energy crystals. Those were the supreme divine materials. Each piece would be very helpful to incipient God realm experts. To Ling Xiao, this was the most important material he could use to break through to incipient God realm in the future. After wandering around this area for nearly 10 years, it was absolutely worth it to be able to obtain these exalted divine materials. After all, every single supreme divine material existed in an extraordinary place, and it was difficult to find them in an ordinary ancient mountain range. Thus, Ling Xiao felt satisfied. No wonder those who could get out of this place could get something. He believed that they had the same experience in this explosive area. Or perhaps, they had other fortuitous encounters. After taking the origin beast, Ling Xiao went on his way again. Another year had passed, and he finally arrived at the border of the Berserk Zone. He walked out of the explosion zone and discovered that this place was actually similar to the turbulent space he had been to before. The only difference was that there was no spatial energy circulating. There were also many small mountains and rocks floating in the air, but there were no severed limbs. Instead, there were many ancient coffins floating in the distance, giving off an even more sinister and terrifying feeling. Ling Xiao looked around and found that there were many ancient coffins. They were so dense that it looked like a space burial area. At this moment, he finally understood why the chaotic burial space was named. The reason was because of these ancient coffins. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been frightened by such a scene. Fortunately, those who could reach King God realm were all brave and talented people. They weren't afraid of this, but they felt a little unnatural. Ling Xiao noticed that these ancient coffins seemed to be arranged in a certain pattern. It seemed to be some kind of formation, but it also seemed to be deliberately made by someone. Ling Xiao couldn't figure out what kind of existence would be able to do this and place so many ancient coffins here. Perhaps it was a supreme existence that could reach the heavens and earth. Anyway, that kind of existence was not something that Ling Xiao could understand. He only knew that other than these ancient coffins, there seemed to be spiritual herbs growing on the floating mountains. No, maybe they were holy herbs or divine herbs. Ling Xiao didn't dare to approach those ancient coffins for now because he felt that there was something terrifying there. He leaped onto one of the small mountains and there was a divine herb growing on the peak. Divine corpse grass. Ling Xiao immediately recognized this divine herb. This wasn't an ordinary divine herb, but a special type of divine herb. It could allow ordinary corpses to live forever and maintain their appearance when they were alive. Another effect was that it could be used to refine God's corpse puppets. It was a divine material that evil people liked the most. Chapter 1272. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. He had no interest in this kind of divine grass. He did not know how to refine any god's corpse puppet. Even if he could sell it, he did not want to earn this kind of evil fortune. Ling Xiao jumped over a few hills and found that it was all this kind of corpse divine grass, which made him quite depressed. Just when Ling Xiao gave up looking for any divine grass, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a different kind of divine grass growing on another hill. Ling Xiao kicked with one foot and his whole body swept towards that hill. He saw a stalk of divine grass growing in the crevice of this hill. Its appearance was very strange. At first glance, there was nothing attractive about it, but upon a closer look, he found that it was faintly emitting a fluctuation similar to soul power. Could this be the corpse soul grass? Why is it all this kind of ghost divine grass? Ling Xiao cursed. The corpse soul grass and corpse divine grass were both useful for corpses, but their effects were completely different. After the corpse soul grass was swallowed by the dead, it could allow the dead to remember some memory fragments from when they were alive, causing them to have a huge resentment, and also understand some profound skills from when they were alive, greatly increasing the offensive power of the corpse puppet. However, this kind of corpse soul grass was still somewhat effective for those whose divine soul was seriously injured. The key point was that the side effects were greater, and could not be compared to the nether soul divine grass. Ling Xiao no longer stayed on these hills, but slowly walked towards those ancient coffins. Each of these ancient coffins seemed to have quite a history, as if they had existed for countless years. That ancient and simple aura constantly lingered around. When Ling Xiao was a kilometer away from these ancient coffins, he immediately felt a burst of deep coldness, and at the same time, there was a lot of inexplicable power contained in it, attracting him to continue walking forward. Roar roar. Just when Ling Xiao was 500 meters away from the ancient coffins, a series of beast-like roars came from those ancient coffins. These sounds sounded abnormally terrifying, like the roars of hungry ghosts in the Nine Serenities hell. Ling Xiao instantly woke up, but he still stared at the ancient coffins in front of him, and then his pupils began to contract tightly. He found that some of the coffin lids on the ancient coffins bounced up, and then there were long green-haired palms climbing on the edge of the ancient coffin. This was a human palm. Needless to say, it must be something that came out of the coffin. Sure enough, he saw green-haired corpses walking out of the ancient coffins. Their eyes glowed with a demonic green light, and their bodies exuded a strong deathly aura. The long green fur on their bodies looked even more ferocious and frightening. They all looked in the direction of Ling Xiao, their green eyes pulsing with waves of sinister light. Shanin Ba. Ling Xiao took a few steps back. From some of his memories, he learned that this was a type of Yin demon that was born from the saliva of corpses and death chi that were laid out in formations over a long period of time. These Yin demons before him were all god-level Yin demons, and were many times stronger than the ones he encountered in the ghastly Python sect. If the Yin Drake sect had possessed such a divine Yin Ba, they would have been able to move unhindered in the heavenly region stronghold. Swoosh! Suddenly, rays of green light shot out from the eyes of these god Yin Ba. These attacks were extremely powerful and fast. Even a high-level god monarch would be caught off guard and be struck by them. It wasn't difficult for Ling Xiao to dodge, but no matter where he flew to, there were so many Shin'en Ba, and their eyes would follow him at any time. Ling Xiao enlarged the divine cauldron and placed it in front of him, blocking all the green light. Boom boom boom. As Ling Xiao was pushed back, more than a dozen divine Yin demons let out unpleasant sounds as they charged at Ling Xiao. The strength of these god Yin demons was shockingly strong. They were actually not lower than the mid-level God King realm. There were even a few who had the strength of high-level God King realm. The speed at which they rushed over was extremely fast, and all of them revealed their deep fangs, looking as if they wanted to tear him apart alive. Ling Xiao wouldn't hold back against these evil creatures. He threw 2 punches at the 2 that arrived the fastest. The Nine Suns Scorching Fist was undoubtedly the best divine technique to restrain these Shin'en Ba. However, when Ling Xiao's punches landed on them, they didn't immediately destroy them. There were only 2 shallow fist marks on their chests, but they still pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and retreated a lot. His strength once again burst forth to more than 70%, and his 9 Suns heaven-burning fist mercilessly bombarded these Shin'en Ba demons with heavenly fire. Boom boom boom. These Shin'en Ba took on Ling Xiao's powerful attacks head-on. Fist marks appeared on their bodies, and at the same time, heavenly fire burned their green fur. However, the heavenly fire, which had always been successful, quickly burned these evil creatures into ashes. However, the physique of these Shin'en Ba was different from ordinary people. The flames on their bodies didn't spread very quickly, and they didn't immediately burn them. 5 of them had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. 2 grabbed at Ling Xiao, 2 pounced at Ling Xiao, and the last one chose to attack with its eyes. Ling Xiao originally thought that his fire fists were enough to destroy all of them. Unfortunately, his estimation was wrong. Due to his carelessness, he was actually captured by 2 Shin'en Ba. To be honest, these Shin'en Ba had reached high-level God King realm. Their speed and strength were much stronger than ordinary God Kings. When Ling Xiao was captured, before he could shake them off, the other 2 Shin'en Ba actually opened their mouths and bit at him. Moreover, there was another Shin'en Ba that shot at him with its eyes. He really couldn't react in time. Clank. While Ling Xiao was shaking off the Shin'en Ba that had captured him, the other 2 Shin'en Ba bit him twice. However, although the fangs of these Shin'en Ba were sharp, they couldn't break Shi Yan's body. If it were anyone else, they would be stained with the original corpse poison. At that time, they would turn into Shin'en Ba just like these Shin'en Ba. The other 2 eye lights also attacked Ling Xiao's chest, but they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was enraged. He thought that after he had broken through to mid-level God King realm, he could deal with any expert under incipient God realm. However, not long after that, these Shin'en Ba had attacked him. All of you, get the hell out of here! Ling Xiao roared. His fighting power finally burst out, forcefully blowing away the Shin'en Ba. At the same time, he urged the power of his fists to the acme, hitting the Shin'en Ba. Boom! Boom! Ling Xiao didn't hold back and punched the Shin'en Ba. Their corpses directly exploded. The other Shin'en Ba that had chased after him couldn't escape Ling Xiao's attack. The first batch of Shin'en Ba was smashed by Ling Xiao directly. After the Shin'en Ba exploded, clusters of green light emerged from their bodies. These green lights were like demons, jumping and wailing unceasingly. Flows of resentment and evil aura diffused, quickly dashing towards Ling Xiao. Souls of the dead. Ling Xiao screamed in fear when he saw these green lights. He could see that these green lights were the souls of the dead that remained on the corpses. It was also a kind of remnant soul that had a terrifying corrosive power to the god soul. Once they entangled him, he would be driven crazy by these souls of the dead. Eventually, he would be assimilated into the Sheninba. While Ling Xiao was bewildered, these souls of the dead had already entered his sea of consciousness. These souls of the dead immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao's god soul to bite. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for any god king to get rid of these souls of the dead, but to Ling Xiao, these souls of the dead were nothing. Just as Ling Xiao was about to burn them with the heavenly fire bead, the tree of immortality, Lu Weng, took the initiative to attack. However, Lu Weng only absorbed the green light of the souls of the dead. The remnant soul still existed, but it had lost the aura of decay. Instead, it was filled with confusion, panic, and other emotions. Ling Xiao was very surprised. He knew that these souls of the dead had been purified by Lu Weng. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Ling Xiao quickly absorbed these remnant souls and stored them aside. This was because many more Sheninba flew out in front of him. Ling Xiao bluntly destroyed all of these Sheninba. Every time he destroyed a Sheninba, more or less souls of the dead would appear and rush towards him. Ling Xiao faintly felt that there must be a huge secret in these ancient coffins. Otherwise, how could so many Sheninba have appeared? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao cast his gaze towards the largest ancient coffin in the distance. Around this ancient coffin, there were another 8 golden coffins that were different from the others. These 8 golden coffins seemed to be guarding the wooden coffin above them. That place was still a long distance away from here, but Ling Xiao could feel a majestic and obscure power radiating from it. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before showing a firm look and walking towards those ancient coffins. The Sheninba were destroyed by Ling Xiao one by one, and Ling Xiao arrived in front of the first ancient coffins. Ling Xiao looked at the nearest ancient coffin, and his brow jumped. He suddenly discovered that there was a divine artifact and a space ring inside this ancient coffin, and something was recorded on the edge of the coffin. Ling Xiao quickly glanced at the records on the ancient coffin and memorized these bitter and incomprehensible ancient texts. Meng Hongguan, high-rank god king, proficient in using axes, cultivated the divine skill sky-dominating divine axe, died. Ling Xiao barely understood these texts. His expression became more and more apprehensive. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai looked towards the other ancient coffins, his heart stirring in shock. He didn't expect that the people in these ancient coffins were all god kings from ancient times, nor did he know how they ended up being buried here. However, the godly skills that they cultivated were indeed godly skills that had been lost for a long time, and every single one of them possessed great power. These were just the outer ancient coffins, but each of them had the strength of a high-rank god king. These records were equivalent to an inheritance. Just as Ling Xiao was immersed in these records, a Sheninba wearing a set of top-grade divine armor appeared in front of him with a divine artifact in his hand. Chapter 1273. Invader, go to hell. This god's Inba was still able to speak, as if it still had some consciousness. This god's Inba was different from the other god's Inba. It was still wearing the armor from when it was alive, holding a top-notch divine sword, and there was no green hair on its body. It should be a top-notch god's corpse demon. After saying that in a hoarse voice, it brandished its sword and charged towards Ling Xiao. Its speed and power had reached the pinnacle god-king realm, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao spun the golden dragon spear in his hand and blocked the attack. Clang! Ling Xiao was sent flying by a powerful force, and he cursed, "How can this guy be so strong?" The god's corpse demon continued to shout, "Invader, go to hell." As if it only understood this one sentence, its attacks continued to rain down on Ling Xiao. The power of each of its attacks was so terrifying that it tore the space in all directions. Ling Xiao instantly raised his battle power to the highest level, and met it fearlessly. He didn't have time to tangle with this god's corpse demon. After he met the god's corpse demon's heavy blow, his divine soul avatar took the opportunity to rush out and punch the god's inba. However, the god's armor on its body seemed to be unusually hard, and it could even block the power of his god's fist. This is a top-notch god's armor. Ling Xiao quickly made a judgment and shouted. The god's corpse demon shifted its target to Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar, and a series of violent attacks were comparable to the battle power of a Senjin of Goguryeo. If it was still alive, it would probably be a top-notch existence like the Senjin of Goguryeo. While the divine soul avatar was entangled with the god's corpse demon, Ling Xiao's real body seized the opportunity and pierced through the back of the god's corpse demon's head. Just like the previous divine inba, this god's corpse devil immediately released a strong wave of corpse souls that attacked Ling Xiao. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's soul had the means to deal with these spirits of the dead, he would have perished in front of these spirits of the dead even if he was a peak god king. Thinking about every corner of this chaotic burial space, every step was frightening. Sure enough, those who could get out of this place were all peak existences. Otherwise, how could he have walked out of the berserk area, the loop space, and the spatial burial area? Even an incipient god realm expert could be killed on the spot if he was careless. Just as Ling Xiao was about to put away the divine weapons, he sensed more divine corpses appearing in front of him. They bounced out from the coffins one by one. These gods' corpse devils were much more terrifying than the divine inba from before. Each of them held various divine artifacts and could even launch elemental attacks. It wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao to face 2 or 3 gods' corpse devils alone. However, facing dozens of gods' corpse devils at the same time, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He hurried to put away the god's corpse devil's corpse and retreated. How many formidable existences are there in this place? These are just the armies in the periphery. Ling Xiao screamed inwardly. The 100 divine inba he had killed were as strong as high-level god-king realm experts. And these gods' corpse devils weren't weaker than peak god-king realm experts. If they went to the ancient coffins, would they be even more intimidating? Ling Xiao didn't dare to guess. If so, the ancient coffin in the center was absolutely an existence that could go against the natural order. Dozens of gods' corpse devils attacked Ling Xiao crazily. Divine techniques that could destroy the entire world were aimed at him. If his speed wasn't peerless, this round of attacks was enough to blast him into pieces. Ling Xiao retreated to the area of the berserk area. The gods' corpse devils didn't continue to chase him. They seemed to have their own consciousness as they returned to the ancient coffins. Everything seemed to have calmed down again. After a while, Ling Xiao appeared again, but he didn't dare to get too close to the ancient coffins. He knew that these ancient coffins might contain some kind of ancient secret, but it wasn't something he could investigate with his current strength. Wealth was sought in danger, but overestimating one's capabilities would only result in losing one's life. Ling Xiao didn't think there was any need to take that risk now. However, when he thought of the god weapons and space rings inside the ancient coffins, he couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. He couldn't wait to plunder them before leaving. Fortunately, he suppressed this impulse and began to circle around the ancient coffins. This space was not only occupied by these ancient coffins, but also other very vast areas. As long as he didn't approach these ancient coffins, the divine inba and god's corpse devils wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. After Ling Xiao left this area of ancient coffins, he encountered some corpse puppets belonging to holy beasts. These corpse puppets also seemed to have mutated and actually attacked him. Fortunately, dealing with them was much easier than dealing with the god's corpse devils. Is this just a land of death? Ling Xiao thought gloomily. Perhaps this was the real important area of the chaotic burial space. However, according to the legends, this place had some heaven-defying treasures. Why hadn't he found them yet? Perhaps the greatest heaven-defying opportunities were these ancient coffins in front of them. For peak god kings, as long as they could enter these ancient coffins, they would be able to obtain the god's corpse's divine artifact and space ring from any one of them. This was perhaps the greatest opportunity. After all, these were the ancient king gods from the antiquity time, or there were even existences at the incipient god realm. The divine treasures they collected were all passed down from the antiquity time. To anyone, it was a divine treasury. Perhaps, some of the space rings had some supreme god pellets that could help the peak god kings take the most difficult step. Ling Xiao found that this space was simply too vast. He didn't want to find out what was at the end of this space. Thus, he found a small mountain to rest and think about how to solve the current problem. Should he return from the explosive area again or explore the secrets of the ancient coffins? After hesitating for a long time, Ling Xiao decided to digest the power of the remnant souls and cultivate the last move of the soul-controlling art. As long as he learned that move, he believed that he could directly explore the secrets of the ancient coffins. Even if he couldn't reach the central area, he could still plunder many good things in the periphery. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao immediately took action. The remnant soul's power came from the divine Yinba. The corpse poison in them had been absorbed by Lu Wang. Perhaps this old man thought that the corpse poison was helpful to him. There wasn't much remnant soul power left. More than 100 divine Yinba weren't enough for him to digest for half a day. After all, they were corpses from the antiquity time. It was already good enough to have a remnant soul. Ling Xiao wanted to learn some secrets from these remnant souls. Unfortunately, these remnant souls were too weak. They didn't even have fragments of memories. Disappointed, Ling Xiao once again focused on cultivating the soul concealment secret technique. As long as he completely cultivated it to the mastery stage, his soul avatar would be able to achieve the effect of concealment. Unless it was someone much stronger than him, it would be impossible for them to sense it. This was definitely a very practical secret technique for assassinating enemies. It turned out that Ling Xiao had also cultivated this secret technique, but he could only reach a semi-invisible state. He was still far from the mastery stage. Now that he was trapped here, he could focus on this secret technique again and make it reach his ideal requirements. Ling Xiao calmed his heart and began to silently recite the incantation of the control technique. Then, he began to cultivate this secret technique according to the instructions. If Ling Xiao's soul was an illusion like the other divine kings, then it wouldn't be too difficult for him to cultivate this secret technique. However, Ling Xiao had the rare flesh and soul, which made it more difficult for him to cultivate this secret technique. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had been wandering around this place for 10 years. He had tempered his temperament to become calm. Therefore, when he cultivated, he didn't have any short-sightedness. Instead, he cultivated patiently. Half a year later, his soul avatar finally achieved the effect he wanted. His soul avatar flew out of his sea of consciousness. There was not even a shadow of it. It also didn't reveal the slightest bit of aura. It was really difficult to detect that there was an extra person in the sky. Of course, Ling Xiao could sense the avatar's every move. He smiled and murmured, "I wonder if I'll be discovered by those divine corpses and devils if I use my soul avatar to go to the ancient coffin?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he immediately put it into action. Leaving a small amount of soul power in his sea of consciousness, Yang Kai's soul avatar turned invisible and flew towards the ancient coffin. He left this bit of soul power in case something happened to his soul avatar. This way, he would have a chance to turn the situation around and not implicate his real body if his avatar was destroyed. Of course, Ling Xiao's avatar didn't dare to rush to the center of the ancient coffin at once. Instead, he slowly walked towards the ancient coffins in the periphery. The divine Yin demons in the ancient coffins in front of him had already been eliminated by him, leaving only divine artifacts and space rings inside. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to collect these good things first. When Ling Xiao arrived in front of the ancient coffins in the periphery, he was not in a hurry to collect his things. Instead, he wanted to see if the divine corpses and devils had discovered his existence. Yang Kai took a step forward and found that there was no movement. Overjoyed, he immediately began to search the nearly 100 ancient coffins in the periphery. He found that there were a lot of divine artifacts and space rings inside. Of course, he also found that 1/3 of the ancient coffins were empty. Yang Kai thought that they might have been taken away by some senior or ancestor, or perhaps the dead god king had left nothing behind. After Ling Xiao collected the things in the periphery coffins, he gathered his courage and moved towards some of the ancient coffins in the periphery. He knew that there were divine corpses and devils inside these ancient coffins, so he had to be careful not to be injured by them. Yang Kai secretly opened one of the ancient coffins, and the divine corpses and devils lying inside instantly bounced up and let out a hissing sound. Ling Xiao stood motionless to the side, but in his heart, he muttered nervously, "You can't find me, you can't find me." Chapter 1274. Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a nervous look on his face. Now was the time to test whether his soul concealment secret technique had reached the grand accomplishment stage. The god's corpse devil's eyes, which were exuding a strange light, kept darting around, but when they swept over Ling Xiao, it seemed it really couldn't detect Ling Xiao's existence. After looking around, it finally felt that nothing was approaching it, so it prepared to lie back down in the ancient coffin and sleep again. But how could Ling Xiao let go of this opportunity to kill it? Bang! Ling Xiao punched out violently and directly blew up the god's corpse devil's head. Any evil creature, as long as it lost its head, would immediately lose the ability to fight, and this god's corpse devil was no exception. Ling Xiao had used all of his strength in this punch. After all, every part of the god's corpse devil was extremely powerful. He had to make sure that he killed it in one blow without alarming the other god's corpse devils. It was just that his explosion caused the other gods' corpses and devils to emerge. Ling Xiao immediately converged all his life aura, making it impossible for them to detect him before they once again entered the ancient coffin. Ling Xiao patted his chest and secretly cursed, "You're so bad, making my heart beat so fast." Ling Xiao quickly put away the god's corpse devil in this ancient coffin, including all the top-grade god tools and space rings. Ling Xiao looked at the records on the ancient coffin again and was surprised to find that this god's corpse devil in front of him was also in existence belonging to the Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo in ancient times. No wonder it's so strong. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. The stronger this god's corpse devil was, the richer the treasures inside its space ring. Ling Xiao didn't have time to immediately check the inventory inside the space ring. He quickly ran to another ancient coffin and destroyed the god's corpse devil in the same way. It was just that every time he destroyed a god's corpse devil, he always felt as if something was watching him, which made his hair stand on end. However, when he scanned the area with his spiritual force, he did not find anything unusual. However, he felt that it would be better if he didn't go too deep because he was sure that the closer he got to the center of the ancient coffin, the more terrifying the demon corpses would be. Perhaps they could sense his presence, and that would be troublesome. Ling Xiao took the corpses and devils from more than a dozen ancient coffins and destroyed them all. Then, he collected their corpses as well. Just as he was about to grab another coffin, a gust of wind came from the back of his head. Ling Xiao was shocked. He quickly lowered his body and flew to the side. However, the attacking power continued to chase after him. The power was not inferior to any peak god king at all. In fact, it had already surpassed them by quite a bit. Rumble. Ling Xiao felt a sharp pain in his back as his divine soul avatar was sent flying far away. It was lucky that his god soul avatar was stronger than his real body. It couldn't resist this attack, so it wasn't hurt badly. However, Shi Yan felt strange. Why did this attack have such a powerful elemental power? He knew that even if the god's corpse devil wielded the top divine weapon, the elemental power wouldn't be obvious. After Shi Yan had retreated far away, he turned around to see what had ambushed him. He was surprised to see 5 people with living auras dashing towards him. What's going on? Are there any living people here? Ling Xiao's heart stirred up a storm. Ling Xiao found that these people's auras were much stronger than his. Moreover, they could detect his existence. If he didn't run now, when would he? Asking him to deal with 5 peak God King or even half-incipient God Realm existences at the same time was like throwing an egg against a rock. However, when Ling Xiao wanted to run away, his dragon eyes caught sight of a middle-aged man with a furious aura. He was dumbstruck. Moss. Master. Ling Xiao's throat sounded dry. Ling Xiao had never thought that the evil emperor, whom he had been searching for a long time, was in one of those ancient coffins. Even though his appearance wasn't the same as when Ling Xiao had met him in the Central Territory, and he seemed even younger and only had the appearance of a middle-aged man, his features were exactly the same. He possessed an oppressive heroic aura, and he even carried an evil aura. However, the evil emperor seemed to be controlled by something. He had become a half-human half-corpse. The evil emperor was wearing a set of purple divine armor with a purple halberd in his hand. He looked extraordinary. While Ling Xiao was still in a daze, the attacks of the 5 people had already arrived. Ling Xiao had to pull himself together. He turned around and ran away immediately. The attacks of these 5 people could kill a half-incipient God Realm expert, let alone Ling Xiao. Rumble. 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 Although Ling Xiao had run fast enough, he was still affected by some of the attacks. Ling Xiao's divine soul flew thousands of meters away as he spat out a few mouthfuls of golden light. If it weren't for the fact that this doppelganger had the same insane defense as his real body, this attack would have been enough to destroy his divine soul. Master, you don't recognize me? I'm Xiao, Ling Xiao shouted at the evil emperor with an anxious look in his eyes. The evil emperor seemed to have some reaction. He paused for a while. However, in just a blink of an eye, he was covered by a thick, evil aura. Intruder, kill! The evil emperor hissed hoarsely. He joined hands with the others to attack Ling Xiao one more time. Ling Xiao dodged in a flustered manner, but he was still injured by the shockwaves. Damn it! What's going on? How could Master become like this? Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, pushing his intent domain to the max to leave this place. However, these 5 people weren't like the other gods' corpses, who didn't dare to leave the ancient coffins. They actually chased after Ling Xiao. Damn it! How could they detect my presence? Ling Xiao cursed anxiously. Ling Xiao's speed played to his advantage. While he was fleeing with all his might, he returned to his real body one step ahead of him. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body finally realized why he had been discovered by these 5 people. This was because his God Soul avatar was wearing the Divine Cauldron spatial ring. Although his God Soul avatar was invisible, he couldn't make the Divine Cauldron invisible too. Damn it! Ling Xiao cursed. He put the Divine Cauldron back on his real body and fled again. It wasn't that he didn't want to figure out what was going on with his master. It was just that he didn't have the ability to deal with these 5 people at the same time. Their auras were already at the Great Perfection God King realm. Moreover, since they could pass through the Berserk explosion zone and arrive here, they were definitely extraordinary existences. How could he have the confidence to fight against 5 of them alone? He needed to think of the best way to deal with them and see how he could rescue his master first. Ling Xiao didn't immediately merge with his God Soul avatar. Instead, he let his God Soul avatar skim to the other side to test whether the 5 people could still detect the existence of his God Soul avatar. When the 5 people approached, their target fell on Ling Xiao's real body. Their hostile eyes locked onto him, and they didn't pay any attention to his God Soul avatar at all. It's really the Divine Cauldron's fault. Ling Xiao cursed inside. The golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. He quickly donned a set of top-grade god artifact armor and raised his battle prowess. To deal with these 5 people, Ling Xiao had to prepare for the worst. Although his physical body was abnormal, it was nothing in front of a top-grade god weapon. Therefore, adding an extra layer of defense was another layer of protection for his little life. Of course, Ling Xiao's real body wasn't stupid enough to fight them head-on. He relied on the advantage of his movement technique and constantly dodged and jumped among these small hills. Occasionally, he would turn around and attack a few times. He was completely using a roundabout strategy. Although Ling Xiao's strength couldn't compare to theirs, he didn't suffer many injuries in this way. After all, he had a top-grade god weapon on him, which blocked most of the opponent's attacks. A small part of the power was blocked by his real body. Of course, he did this to attract these people's attention. His real goal was to kill them. Of course, his master, the demonic emperor, was excluded. Ling Xiao's god soul avatar chased after the 5 of them. Ling Xiao chose the guy with the Wolf Fang mace to attack first. The big guy with the Wolf Fang mace was the strongest and posed the greatest threat to him. Ling Xiao's god soul avatar chased after him. The 9 suns heaven-burning fist smashed towards the big guy's head. Bang! The head of the peak divine king with the Wolf Fang mace burst open. He was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Ling Xiao didn't have time to deal with the things on his body. He immediately flashed behind another person and slapped the top of that person's head with the dragon subduing palm. After killing 2 people consecutively, the other 3 immediately realized that something was wrong. They actually gave up on chasing after Ling Xiao's real body and vigilantly observed their surroundings, hoping to find the culprit. Unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. This made Ling Xiao extremely proud in his heart. This soul concealment secret technique was really useful. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to get close to one of the shorties and blew him up as well. Now, only the demonic emperor and one of the women were left. It's 2 against 2 now, let's have some fun. Ling Xiao withdrew the power of the soul concealment and revealed his body. He planned to have a real fight with his master and the other woman in order to verify if his newly advanced strength had the strength to challenge the peak divine king. Sure enough, when Ling Xiao's divine soul appeared, the evil emperor and the other woman quickly separated and charged towards him and his clone. In order to respect the evil emperor, Ling Xiao used his divine soul to fight with his master, letting his master know that his disciple was no longer the same as before. Master, wake up, I'm your disciple, Ling Xiao. Don't you remember Xiao, Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar cried out in alarm when it faced the evil emperor. The evil emperor seemed to still be conscious as he muttered, Ling Xiao, my disciple? That's right, Master, do you remember? Master Feng Qingyuan and I came to the heaven region to look for you. Ling Xiao said in surprise. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the evil emperor's rationality was once again covered by the evil aura. He raised his purple halberd and smashed towards him. Intruder, kill. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly, looks like I really have to have a good fight with Master. Chapter 1275. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao and the demonic emperor's disciple relationship was really not that long. He and the demonic emperor only stayed together for a short year before the demonic emperor left him. But in that 1 year's time, the demonic emperor had taught him the supremacy of the demonic king deity technique and allowed him to fuse the origin returning technique together to create his own unique cultivation technique, the supremacy of the origin returning technique. It was just a divine art, but it had benefited him greatly. Ling Xiao still had a deep respect for the demonic emperor. In addition to hearing some of the legends of the demonic emperor in the central region, it made his respect for the demonic emperor rise to a new height. He knew that the demonic emperor was in this chaotic burial space, but when the demonic emperor appeared in front of him, it still shocked him. Fortunately, the demonic emperor still had some consciousness, and his jade tube of life did not disappear. There should still be hope. But before saving the demonic emperor, he still had to completely suppress him before thinking of a way to save him. Of course, with Ling Xiao's soul concealment ability, it was still possible to subdue the demonic emperor without anyone noticing. However, as a disciple, he hoped to have a real match with his master. Although the demonic emperor's current state was not too good, but it was precisely because of this that his master would not hold back against him. Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger deduced the ancient sovereign technique to the extreme, and his combat power was several tens of times, causing his combat power to not lose out to a peak divine king. Before Ling Xiao could attack, the demonic emperor had already taken the initiative to attack Ling Xiao. The purple halberd in his hand carried the power of thunder and lightning as it headed towards Ling Xiao's head. The demonic emperor and Ling Xiao both cultivated 5 attributes at the same time, but the demonic emperor's 5 attributes were different from Ling Xiao's. His 5 attributes were thunder, fire, water, earth, and wood. Among them, the thunder attribute attack was naturally the strongest, so the demonic emperor naturally chose it as his main attack method. The purple halberd in the demonic emperor's hand was indeed a top-notch divine weapon, and should be a set with the purple divine armor he wore. The power of his attack wasn't something an ordinary peak god king could compare to. It should be comparable to those Senjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao used the dragon subduing palm to send out peerless true dragons to attack the purple lightning. Boom boom boom. Ling Xiao had blocked the demonic emperor's all-out attack, but his divine soul avatar had been sent flying far away. The difference in strength between him and the evil emperor was actually so great. He could faintly feel that this should not be the evil emperor's true power. After all, he knew that the evil emperor cultivated in the 5 elements at the same time, and the power he could amplify would only be stronger than it was now. This might be related to the thing attached to his body. But he couldn't care less. His dragon-subduing palm slammed towards the demonic emperor without holding back at all, not worried that he would hurt the demonic emperor. It was the same for the evil emperor. He had already lost his mind to something and almost became a god's corpse devil. The demonic emperor's moves were extremely tyrannical. Every move was like a heavenly might descending, causing Ling Xiao to retreat step by step. If not for Ling Xiao having the help of the ancient emperor's divine arts, it would have been impossible for him to withstand the demonic emperor's powerful attacks. He felt that the demonic emperor's current strength was even stronger than the golden snake of the snake sect. If the demonic emperor returned to normal, he might not be any weaker than his nephew, Ling Gang. One had to know that Ling Gang was in existence in the upper middle of the Senjin of Goguryeo, and was comparable to those old Senjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao was unable to restrain the demonic emperor using the dragon subduing palm, and was even struck by the demonic emperor until he vomited blood. Ling Xiao had no choice but to change his move and use the 9 sun burning heaven fist, hoping that this kind of extreme yang fist energy would be able to expel the evil poison from the demonic emperor's body. The 7th stage of the 9 sun burning heaven fist, purple flame divine sun. Raging flames, bright suns, and torrential fist intent shook the heavens and the earth. The demonic emperor roared, holding the purple halberd in his hands with both hands, and smashed it down from above. An illusory figure of a heavenly lightning beast appeared behind him, spitting out bolts of heavenly lightning. This was the most tyrannical attack of the demonic emperor's lightning attribute godly skill, raging lightning strike. Ling Xiao and the demonic emperor exchanged countless blows, and Ling Xiao found it more and more difficult to endure. The power of the lightning was too terrifying, it actually penetrated through the top-grade godly armor and directly into his body, causing him to feel numb and uncomfortable. If not for the fact that he had tempered his divine soul doppelganger countless times over the years in the raging explosion zone, he would not have been able to endure the terrifying lightning attacks. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and endured, and after using the 9th stage of the 9 sun burning heaven fist, azure flame holy sun, he finally attacked the demonic emperor. Ling Xiao's ninth stage flame was refined from the prodigal's high-grade flame source, and it was the nemesis of any evil poison. Indeed, when the flames came into contact with the demonic emperor, a thick green light instantly appeared around his body, and he was burned clean by the flames. The demonic emperor seemed to have gained a chance to regain consciousness. On the other side, Ling Xiao's real body was fighting with the woman. Be it in terms of appearance or figure, this woman was absolutely impeccable. She wore a silver crown on her head, which made her look especially graceful and elegant. She wore a set of silver-white armor, which vividly accentuated her graceful and sexy body. In her hand was a thin silver sword, which flashed with bursts of wind-attributed divine light. It was a pity that her pale face was mixed with a lot of green qi, which caused her overall beauty to be reduced. The reason why Ling Xiao chose to let this woman stay, other than to spar with him, was to see if he could subdue her and help her regain consciousness. The reason why Ling Xiao did this was naturally because he hoped to have another guard by his side. Of course, wouldn't it be better if this guard was more pleasing to the eye? It had to be said that Ling Xiao's flirtatious thoughts could not be changed. This woman was of the wind attribute, and she was also a peak divine king. Her speed was much faster than Ling Xiao's. Luckily, the offensive divine weapon in her hand was only of the high grade. If it was a top-grade divine weapon, Ling Xiao would have died countless times from being attacked by this woman. Ling Xiao was continuously sent flying until he vomited blood. Luckily, he was wearing a top-grade defensive armor, so he was able to hold on. Ling Xiao realized that fighting with this woman was simply asking for abuse. He couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes, and instead, he was being attacked until he was in an extremely sorry state. Helpless, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger didn't wait for the demonic emperor to regain consciousness, and immediately stealthily swept over, knocking this woman out. Following that, Ling Xiao also used some supreme yang heaven fire to attach itself to the woman, removing the evil qi from her body. After that, he took out a god-binding rope and tied the woman up. He also placed a lot of sealing power on her so that she couldn't struggle and recover immediately. Only then did he feel safe. This woman was definitely still alive, so it was impossible for him to get her into the medicinal cauldron. At this time, Ling Xiao's true body and clone merged together, and he took out the divine pellet and the soul divine spring to consume them. At the same time, Ling Xiao once again rushed over to the evil emperor's side, and exclaimed, "Master, do you remember me? I am Ling Xiao." Seeing that the evil emperor had already regained his calm, Ling Xiao knew that the heavenly fire had more or less worked. Sure enough, the evil emperor's gaze landed on him. Following that, a wild laughter appeared on his handsome face. "Ling Xiao. Huh, why are you here?" Hearing that the evil emperor could actually call out his name, Ling Xiao immediately cheered, "Master, you remember me? I'm fine, right?" The evil emperor laughed very happily. He raised his hand and patted Ling Xiao. "Not bad. Not bad, Master was right to choose you back then. You have actually reached the Divine King realm. How many years has it been?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to pour out his heart to the evil emperor, the smile on the evil emperor's face suddenly changed, the dense evil aura reappeared, and the purple halberd in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Ling Xiao's abdomen. With such a close-distance attack, Ling Xiao was completely unprepared. The defensive armor on his body was also pierced by the purple halberd, and the halberd stabbed straight into Ling Xiao's abdomen. "Master, you..." Ling Xiao quickly gripped the evil emperor's purple halberd, not allowing him to exert any more force. He didn't understand how his master had suddenly changed so much. The evil emperor had indeed lost his mind once again, and a voice came out of his mouth, "Intruder, kill." The purple halberd in his hand swallowed, and a powerful lightning force exploded towards Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao could no longer stand, and more than half of his body was blasted away, causing golden blood to splatter everywhere, causing him to scream in pain. Just as the evil emperor attacked again, Ling Xiao's reaction speed was extremely fast. His soul avatar carrying the golden dragon spear rushed forward to block the evil emperor from destroying his body. Although the strength of Ling Xiao's soul avatar was slightly weaker than that of the evil emperor, it was still barely able to cope. Ling Xiao's true body took out a few more divine pills and tossed them into his mouth, circulating the ancient sovereign divine art to the extreme, rapidly healing his ruined body. When Ling Xiao's true body was almost fully restored, Ling Xiao immediately hid his soul avatar and handed the golden dragon spear to his true body. The evil emperor had lost sight of his soul avatar, so his target naturally fell on Ling Xiao's true body. However, before his attack could fall on Ling Xiao's soul avatar had already knocked the evil emperor unconscious from behind. "Master, I'm sorry." Ling Xiao quickly caught the evil emperor and tied him up. Although Ling Xiao had the evil emperor under control, he didn't know what to do next. He faintly felt that his master might have been poisoned, but that didn't seem to be the case. However, he knew that his supreme yang fire should have some effect, so he covered the evil emperor with heavenly fire and used it to expel some of the evil poison from the evil emperor's body. He hoped that when his master woke up, he would be able to find a way to help the evil emperor recover his consciousness. Right, the corpse god grass and corpse soul grass from before should be useful to master. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and shouted in surprise. Immediately afterward, he picked up the evil emperor and the other woman and headed towards the hill where the corpse god grass and corpse soul grass grew. He hoped that the two divine grasses would be able to completely expel the corpse poison from the evil emperor and this woman's bodies as he imagined. Chapter 1276. The corpse god grass and corpse soul grass were both useful for corpses and could help refine them into corpse puppets. However, these two kinds of divine grass were extremely effective for a half-corpse half-human like the evil emperor. They could fight poison with poison and neutralize the corpse poison in the evil emperor's body. However, there were still some prerequisites, and that was to combine it with some other divine grass to refine a pill to achieve this effect. Otherwise, if these two kinds of divine grass were directly given to the poisoned person, that would only accelerate the person who had not yet become a corpse devil to become a true corpse devil. Ling Xiao had learned this common sense from the memories of the remnant souls he had absorbed from the ghastly Drake sect. After Ling Xiao spent a lot of effort to control the evil emperor and the woman, he went to collect these two kinds of divine grass. Then, he left the ancient coffins and began to refine the pill. Fortunately, this pill was not particularly difficult to refine and did not require a lot of power. Otherwise, with the thin source power here, it would be difficult to condense the pill. Soul Cleansing Pill. This was a relatively unorthodox detoxification pill. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the first-generation divine alchemy god, and all the pill recipes in that inheritance were definitely the most comprehensive. Otherwise, even if he had the materials, he would not be able to get them. While Ling Xiao was refining the pill, the evil emperor and the woman woke up. They also temporarily regained consciousness, but soon fell back into the state of corpse devils. Fortunately, they were first tied up by Ling Xiao with the god-binding rope so that they could not struggle, and then used various restrictions to barely seal their cultivation. At the very least, before Ling Xiao finished refining the pill, they would definitely not be able to break the seal. A day later, Ling Xiao finished refining the pill. Ling Xiao looked at the evil emperor and said, "Master, you will be fine after taking this pill." Ling Xiao knocked the two of them out again and stuffed two pills into their hands. When they took the pill, they immediately revealed a look of extreme pain. They spun around on the spot as they screamed in pain. A strange green light was emitted from their bodies. As the green glow on their bodies disappeared, their skin color gradually became the same as a normal person's. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. "Looks like it's really effective." The two of them screamed for an unknown period of time before they finally fainted. Ling Xiao looked at them struggling to the point where even blood had appeared. He felt a little sad, but he was more happy. After going through so many hardships, he had finally found his master. He was happier than anything else. Ling Xiao took out healing divine pills and ghost divine spring water and fed them to them, letting them recover as soon as possible. At that time, they could discuss what to do next. Another day passed, and the first to wake up was not the evil emperor, but that woman. Whether it was in terms of appearance or figure, this woman's heart palpitated. Especially now that she was tied up by the god-binding rope, her full chest and perky buttocks were extremely protruding. In terms of appearance, she was comparable to Yunmengqi and Lai Ruyu. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and her figure was rather similar to Euro Fei's, causing any man to have the urge to ruthlessly punish her. It was undeniable that part of the reason why Ling Xiao had kept her here was because he was attracted by her beauty. However, he did not have the urge to immediately fall in love with this woman and press her under his crotch. Instead, he thought that perhaps this woman had some background, and that her strength would be of great help to Ling Xiao. That was why he kept her here, to see if she could become his personal guard. You. Who are you? The moment the woman opened her beautiful eyes, she immediately looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Her eyes were very cold, giving off a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away from others. However, when Ling Xiao saw her expression, he felt happy, because this meant that the corpse poison in this woman's body might have been removed. The woman felt that her power had been sealed and her body was tied up by the god-binding rope, so she immediately struggled. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have waited until you woke up. Do you still remember chasing me? Ling Xiao hurriedly tried to persuade her. The woman furrowed her brows. Her expression made one feel a sense of pity for her. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly, this woman is truly a disaster, I almost wanted to untie her. The woman seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression, you saved me? Although she did not remember chasing Ling Xiao, she clearly remembered that she had been poisoned by the corpse poison and that her mind had been controlled by the corpse curse. Fortunately, her divine soul was much stronger than an ordinary person's, so she was able to barely resist the corpse curse and did not completely become a god corpse devil. Otherwise, she would have been a corpse by now, and would not have been able to wake up again. She felt that these past few days had been a terrifying nightmare. Thinking about it now, she felt a chill in her heart. Ling Xiao nodded his head, and said with a faint smile, that's right, you want to kill me, but the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I am a kind person, so I will repay evil with good, and remove the corpse poison from your body. I'm afraid that if I untie you, you will act up and kill me again. If those people who had been killed by Ling Xiao heard his words, they would probably crawl out of hell and scold Ling Xiao for being shameless. Damn, if you are a kind person, then there are no good people in this world. Of course, this woman did not believe Ling Xiao's nonsense. She was very confident in her own appearance. She was once known as the #1 beauty in the Sky Dragon region, so she had a strong killing power over any man. She felt that the little man in front of her must have saved her life because of her appearance. However, no matter what, he had still saved her, so she was more or less grateful in her heart. Otherwise, if she were to become a corpse devil and live the life of a walking corpse for the rest of her life, she might as well just die. Thank you, I'm fine now. The woman said indifferently. Other than gratitude, she also hoped that Ling Xiao would immediately untie her. However, Ling Xiao still did not seem to have any intention of untying her, and asked her, I wonder what sister's name is? Why did you also come to this chaotic burial space? The woman was a little angry, and thought to herself, is this kid so untactful? Do you want me to lie here and talk to you? The woman didn't care about Ling Xiao. She discreetly urged her god power, hoping to break all the restrictions that Ling Xiao had set up. This woman was at the peak of King God Realm, just one step away from incipient God Realm. She thought that it wouldn't be difficult to break the middle-grade King God Realm restrictions in front of her. However, when she urged her power, she found that the power of these seals was very strong, and she couldn't break them instantly. If she didn't spend more time, she wouldn't be able to recover her power. Sister, don't rush. I just want to confirm if you have fully recovered. Then, I will untie you. Ling Xiao advised her. The woman didn't want to talk more. She closed her eyes and continued to attack the restrictions that Ling Xiao had set up. To be honest, she was cold to any man, but it wasn't because of Ling Xiao. When she was young, she had almost been humiliated by a man. Thus, she hated men very much. Because of this, although she had many pursuers, she was still single. No one could capture the heart of the most beautiful woman in the Sky Dragon region. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that, and he didn't know this woman. He just thought that chatting with such a beautiful woman was a good way to get rid of his dull mood. However, seeing that this woman wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to flirt, he had to do it. He put away the god-binding rope on the woman's body and removed all the seals on her body. Alright, sister, you're free now. Do whatever you want. My good intentions aren't rewarded. Ling Xiao shrugged begrudgingly. The woman was bewildered. She didn't expect that Ling Xiao would change his mind and let her go. She was surprised, looking at Ling Xiao. She found that Ling Xiao didn't look at her like the other men who used to look at her. He just looked at her with appreciation. She also felt the loneliness from Ling Xiao. She knew very well that anyone who entered the chaotic burial space had experienced a long period of time. In the end, when they came here in a hurry to obtain the divine treasury, they were corroded by the evil things in the ancient coffin. They were infected with corpse poison and became a god Ba or a god corpse devil. All of these experiences would definitely cause anyone's state of mind to undergo earth-shattering changes. Ling Xiao was originally a cheerful and active person. However, in the past 10 years, his sharp edges had been smoothed out, making him more calm and mature. It was just that he suddenly found his master and met such a beautiful woman. He was in a good mood and naturally wanted to find someone to chat with to pass the time. However, it seemed that he was thinking too much, so he acted very helpless. That feeling of loneliness was naturally revealed again. This woman was about the same as Ling Xiao. She had been in the chaotic burial dimension for a longer time than Ling Xiao, and had even come in much earlier than the evil emperor. She knew very well how unbearable it was to be in such a place where there was no one around, and filled with dead things. She once missed the noisy world that she hated very much. She missed occasionally meeting some boring people to pass the time. She missed the days when she fought with those sacred beasts for the divine treasures. Thinking of this, she looked at the handsome man in front of her and felt that she had gone too far just now. It was just that she had never been good at pleasing people. She didn't know what to say to Ling Xiao. My name is Lu Pia Piao. The woman hesitated for a moment and said her name. Lu Pia Piao, hee, what a nice name. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He seemed to feel that he had heard this name before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Just as he was thinking, his master, the evil emperor, finally woke up. Chapter 1277. The evil emperor slowly opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was Ling Xiao. Master, you're awake? Do you feel anything wrong? Ling Xiao asked with great concern. The evil emperor cultivated a secret technique that allowed him to separate his avatars of various attributes, making them an independent physical existence. The one who returned to the Xianling continent from the Heavenly Region Fortress and accepted Ling Xiao as his disciple was only a clone of the evil emperor. That was the clone that the evil emperor left behind when he came to the Heavenly Region Fortress from the Xianling continent. It was only at the peak of the middle stage Holy Emperor realm. It was an imperfect clone and looked rather old. Ever since the evil emperor had taken Ling Xiao as his disciple and settled the matters in the central region, the evil emperor had cut off all connection and support to that clone, and that clone had been destroyed along with it. At that time, the evil emperor's real body was in the chaotic burial space. At that time, he had not been attacked by the gods' corpses, nor had he become like before. Therefore, he still had a very good impression of his only disciple, Ling Xiao. After all, the comprehension and cultivation speed that Ling Xiao had displayed back then had truly made him feel admiration. He even felt that when he was young, there was still quite a bit of difference between him and Ling Xiao. It should be fine now, the evil emperor said with a slight frown. Sensing his own situation, it seemed that the corpse poison had been removed, and his mind was completely awake. Are you sure? Don't kill me later. Ling Xiao asked again. Previously, he had been stabbed by the evil emperor and almost lost his life. He had no choice but to be cautious. Stop talking nonsense. I'm fine now. Hurry up and untie me. The evil emperor looked at Ling Xiao and scolded. Being tied up by his own disciple indeed made him, a person who loved his face, feel very depressed. At the same time, he also caught a glimpse of Lu Piapiao at the side. His eyes raised slightly, as if he had recognized Lu Piapiao. Over the years, although he was trapped by the corpse poison, he would occasionally be awake. Every time he wanted to expel the corpse poison, he would be affected by the environment around the ancient coffin at a critical moment. Perhaps there was someone inside the ancient coffin that was controlling all of this. Therefore, when he was awake, he had seen a few people like him who had not completely lost their humanity. Naturally, he had also seen the woman not far from him. Ling Xiao did not notice that the evil emperor was looking at Lu Piapiao strangely. He quickly retrieved the evil emperor's god-binding rope and removed all the restrictions on the evil emperor. Master, you've been here for more than 100 years. Master Qingyuan and Master Ziqian are both very worried about you, Ling Xiao said. The evil emperor said with a slightly surprised expression, You've seen little Qian? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Yes, if it wasn't for Master's wife, I wouldn't have come here, let alone find you, Master. Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat desolate expression. To be honest, he had not planned to enter the chaotic burial space at all. After all, he, who had reached the Divine King realm, could feel the horror of the chaotic burial space. However, some things might be destined, and he could not do anything about it. Fortunately, he had survived and found his master, so it was not a wasted trip. Tell me, how did you come back? How did you come to the heaven region? How did your cultivation improve so fast? It has only been a few decades, but you've almost caught up with me. The evil emperor asked curiously. When he first taught Ling Xiao, he was just a little boy in his early 20s who had just entered the Earth Emperor realm. Now, Ling Xiao had grown up, but he was only about 80 years old. Unexpectedly, he had reached the intermediate Divine King realm, and with such strength, he was able to capture him. The evil emperor could not help but be curious. Ling Xiao also answered every question. The two of them left Lu Piapiao, the #1 beauty of the Sky Dragon region, to the side. Ling Xiao gave a simple recount of what had happened in the past few years, causing the evil emperor to be filled with praise. Although Ling Xiao's words were relatively relaxed, the evil emperor knew that Ling Xiao must have encountered many unexpected setbacks and dangers, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach this step in such a short period of time. I didn't misjudge you. You actually became an elder of the Dragon Gate, and a descendant of Kim people. It seems that I have a backer in the future, haha. The evil emperor patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and laughed. He was in a really good mood. Since entering the chaotic burial space, he had not been happy for a day, and he almost became a divine corpse demon. Just thinking about it made him scared. However, he did not come here in vain. Back then, he came here with the strength of an intermediate divine king, but now he was already a peak divine king. Needless to say, he must have had a great opportunity. Hee, of course. Ling Xiao laughed, not at all modest. Following that, he asked about the evil emperor's experience in the chaotic burial space. He mainly wanted to know why the evil emperor was trapped in the ancient coffin and was still able to maintain some consciousness. Of course, the evil emperor told Ling Xiao everything without reservation. It turned out that the evil emperor had come here just like Ling Xiao. He knew that there was a great opportunity in the ancient coffin and wanted to force his way in to see what it was. After all, the evil emperor had fought countless battles in his life. Like Ling Xiao, he had also experienced many dangers and had the ability to fight above his level. Moreover, his purple lightning power was the nemesis of those evil beings. Therefore, he was not very afraid of the divine Yin Ba and the divine corpse demon in the ancient coffin. It was also because he was overconfident that something happened in the end. However, the reason why he was able to reach the peak divine king realm was really related to the secret of the ancient coffin. After he was poisoned by the corpse poison, he was still able to resist it, preventing it from immediately corroding him into a divine corpse demon. However, he was also forced to lie in one of the ancient coffins. In a daze, he seemed to have obtained some kind of ancient inheritance from the ancient coffin, which allowed him to reach his current realm of strength. As for what exactly was going on, he still did not understand it clearly. However, in the years that he had been sleeping in the ancient coffin, he could faintly feel that there was an invisible hand controlling everything. Thinking of this, he could not help but shiver. He glanced in the direction of the ancient coffins, and cold sweat quietly appeared on his forehead. "Master, what's wrong?" Ling Xiao noticed the strangeness of the evil emperor and became a little nervous, as if he was afraid that the corpse poison of the evil emperor would return. "I'm fine, let's hurry up and leave this place." The evil emperor stood up and said very seriously. "Master, there's no need to be anxious. As long as we don't go near there shouldn't be any problems." Ling Xiao replied. "What do you know? Do you think they will always be in eternal sleep? Sometimes, they will all get up to take a breather. At that time, even if we want to leave, we won't have the chance." The evil emperor said very seriously. Hearing the evil emperor's words, Ling Xiao instantly felt his hair stand on end. When he thought of those evil fellows moving out, he was afraid that even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would still die. "Do we still have to leave from that explosive area?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. "If we can't find any other way out, we can only leave from there," the evil emperor replied. Even though his strength had improved greatly, the evil emperor still felt very afraid when he thought of going to that area again. Back then, he'd barely escaped from that damned place after going through a near-death experience. At this time, Lu Piapiao, who had been silent at the side, opened her mouth and said, "I know there should be another way out, but I don't know if you dare to enter?" Ling Xiao and the evil emperor looked at Lu Piapiao in surprise. "Is this young lady the #1 beauty of the Sky Dragon region, Lu Piapiao, Miss Lu?" The evil emperor did not reply and asked instead. At this moment, the evil emperor's refined aura was revealed. With a charming smile on his face, a white fan appeared in his hand and he gently waved it, making him look elegant. Lu Piapiao looked at the evil emperor coldly and nodded her head in reply to his words. The evil emperor boasted of his elegance, and in the face of all kinds of beauties, he really had his ways. He did not reveal the slightest bit of displeasure towards Lu Piapiao's reaction. Of course, there was no need to talk about his romantic affairs back then. After so many years of depression, he had long since let go of the affairs between men and women. However, facing a woman of Lu Piapiao's level, he was only a little moved. "So it's really Miss Lu. It's really not as good as meeting her in person. She looks like a fairy, and it's hard for mortals to compare to her," the evil emperor praised. Lu Piapiao said with some disgust, "Cut the crap. Are you guys going to walk another path with me or not?" If it weren't for the fact that she had been trapped here all these years, which made her feel very disgusted with the feeling of loneliness, she would never have invited these 2 men to walk the path with her. Of course, there was another important reason, which was that she did not feel any repulsion towards the little man. After all, he had saved her and prevented her from becoming an immortal's corpse or a demon. Have you walked that path before? What if it's another space? Wouldn't it be going further and further? Ling Xiao asked. He had walked here for 10 years and knew that the chaotic burial space was really divided into different areas. He was very afraid of following Lu Piapiao to another damned place. He really did not want to stay in this deathly silent place. He wanted to return to the outside as soon as possible. I came from there in the beginning. However, there are turbulent forces everywhere, and there are often terrible forces blowing over. If your strength is not enough, it's very easy for you to get into trouble. If you don't dare, then forget it. Lu Piapiao said. Immediately after, she was about to fly in a direction. However, all of a sudden, there was a terrible change in this world. The whole world became gloomy, and a terrible sound came from the ancient coffin. Many corpse poisons began to spread out from the ancient coffin. Once anyone was infected, it would be difficult to get rid of it. In the end, they would become an immortal's corpse or a demon. In addition, a vast and oppressive force was emitted from the center of the ancient coffin, giving people an unusually heavy sense of oppression. The expressions of Ling Xiao, the evil emperor, and Lu Piapiao changed greatly. Lu Piapiao was the first to fly in one direction. Those guys are coming out. Let's go. The evil emperor shouted. Immediately after, he grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and pulled Ling Xiao to follow Lu Piapiao's direction. Ling Xiao looked back curiously. His pupils shrank and his face instantly turned pale. Chapter 1278. What kind of scene did Ling Xiao see that could frighten him like this? Those Shanin Ba, divine corpses, and demons came out of the ancient coffins one by one. The ones in the middle were like the evil emperor and the others, who still had some consciousness. They were half-dead people who were controlled by corpse poison and curse. After they came out one by one, they all knelt down in front of the wooden coffin at the highest point in the center and the 8 golden coffins around it. They let out a series of roars, and a stream of corpse poison, death aura, and evil aura rose into the sky. The dense evil chi flowed towards the 9 coffins. 8 of the golden coffins opened, and 8 people wearing black cloaks walked out. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly, but other than the corpse chi, there was also a vague life chi. That vast and boundless power was enough to make people's hearts tremble. They all bowed respectfully toward the wooden coffins, and their mouths murmured some incantation. Something appeared in their hands, and they threw it toward the wooden coffins. Swish! In an instant, the sky was sprinkled with blood, and a stench began to spread. Those Shanin Ba, divine corpses, and demons all let out a roar that shook the heaven and earth. The mournful sound seemed to come from the 9 serenities, deep and terrifying. The wooden coffin finally reacted. The coffin shook open, and the blood was instantly absorbed into the wooden coffin. Then, a phantom that looked like a demon condensed. It was a face with a strong evil aura, resentment, and murderous intent. It was like the ruler of this world, and its eyes were filled with tears of blood. It seemed to be filled with grievances and resentment, and it wanted to destroy everything and take revenge on everything. Don't look. The evil emperor found that Ling Xiao actually looked back at the scene, and immediately shouted. He pulled Ling Xiao to the extreme, and they had to get away from here as soon as possible. Lu Piapiao, who was in front of him, did the same. Her wind attribute body technique had evolved to the extreme, and she was as fast as a lightning meteor. The huge face instantly looked toward the 3 of them. As for Ling Xiao, he became extremely nervous and fearful precisely because he came into contact with that ghastly face and bloody eye. He had always been a fearless person, so why would he be scared by such an illusion? That was because he had seen this face before, and it had left a deep impression on him. Back when he had obtained the last scroll of the soul-controlling art, the memory fragments that the soul-controlling art had instilled into him depicted a man who was like the reincarnation of a fiend god. With the power of a single person, he had slaughtered millions of people. It was as if he could instantly kill a person with a single thought. However, no matter how powerful he was, his clansmen were still banished by the enemy into a turbulent space, unable to come out for eternity. He killed countless enemies alone, but in the end, he died of exhaustion. At that time, there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood beneath his feet. Ling Xiao had never placed that memory fragment in his heart, but after seeing this face, the memory flashed through his mind again. He faintly felt that the person in front of him was very familiar, as if he had become that person, feeling the grief of his clansmen being hurt and banished. Tears flowed down from Ling Xiao's eyes, and a strong sense of hatred rose to the sky. Ah! Ling Xiao threw his head back and roared like a madman, and the demonic emperor was shaken away by the force of his roar. "Xiao, what's wrong with you?" The evil emperor didn't understand what was going on with Ling Xiao, so he immediately turned around and asked. Lu Piapiao, who was in front of him, obviously paused and looked back. Who knew that at this time, Ling Xiao ignored the evil emperor and actually rushed in the direction of the wooden coffin. "Xiao!" The evil emperor screamed and immediately chased after Ling Xiao at full speed. However, there was one person who was one step faster than him. That person was Lu Piapiao, who had turned around and returned. She was originally of the wind attribute, and her body movement had reached the completion realm. Her speed was far above that of the evil emperor. In an instant, she caught up with Ling Xiao and turned her palm into a claw, grabbing at Ling Xiao's shoulder. "Don't go over." Lu Piapiao's strength burst forth to the strongest, and directly held Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was shocked by Lu Piapiao, and instantly regained consciousness. However, his body was already covered in cold sweat. "Xiao, what's the matter with you? Don't look, let's go immediately." Without saying anything, the evil emperor stepped forward and pulled Ling Xiao away again. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then immediately turned his head and left with the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao. At the same time, he did not forget to say to Lu Piapiao, "Thank you for your help." If Lu Piapiao hadn't pulled him, he would have really rushed over there. Lu Piapiao did not respond to Ling Xiao's words. She just wanted to return the favor to Ling Xiao. However, this time, it was not enough to return the favor. The three of them moved very fast. In just a blink of an eye, they had crossed tens of thousands of miles. They wanted to reach the other exit that Lu Piapiao had mentioned as fast as possible. However, before they could go far, several shadows appeared in the blink of an eye and blocked their way. There were 6 Immortal's corpse demons. Moreover, they were not ordinary Immortal's corpse demons. Unexpectedly, 2 of them had reached the incipient god realm, and 4 of them were half-incipient god realm existences. Ling Xiao, the evil emperor, and Lu Piapiao's hearts instantly sank to the bottom. Facing such opponents, how could they have a chance of winning? Oh no, why did they come here? The evil emperor cursed in fear. Instantly, the purple halberd in his hand danced and attacked the 6 of them. At the same time, he shouted in fear, "You two go first. I will hold them." The evil emperor had the thunder attribute. His power could also restrain some corpse poisons and suppress some evil creatures. The evil emperor had used all of his power in this attack. Waves of lightning bombarded the Immortal's corpse demons like the power of heaven. Rumble. 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 When everything vanished, the Immortal's corpse demons were unharmed. The evil emperor knew that he couldn't deal with them, but he couldn't care less. He couldn't let Ling Xiao die here. Ling Xiao was his only disciple. As Ling Xiao could come to the chaotic burial space to find him, this disciple was filial. Thus, no matter what, the evil emperor wanted to protect Ling Xiao. The evil emperor raised the purple halberd high in the air and attacked with all of his power again. At the same time, his other hand gathered the power of the 5 lights and shot them out at the same time. The two attacks were launched at the same time. The power of the palm that had the 5 powers fused together was even stronger than the power of the purple halberd. However, right after that, the 6 Immortal's corpse demons didn't receive his 2 attacks or attack him. Instead, they went to stop Lu Piapiao and Ling Xiao. Lu Piapiao didn't hesitate to attack. However, she was blown away by one of the Immortal's corpse demons at the half-incipient god realm. The evil emperor wanted to take action, but he was stopped by one of the Immortal's corpse demons. The 2 Immortal's corpse demons at the incipient god realm arrived in front of Ling Xiao in just a blink of an eye. One on the left and the other on the right, they took Ling Xiao to the ancient coffins. No matter how hard Ling Xiao struggled, he couldn't get rid of the hand that was like a tiger's pincer. The heaven flames that he had released burned the Immortal's corpse demons, but nothing happened to them. What's going on? Ling Xiao wanted to die. Did he have to be turned into a half-corpse, a spirit Ba, or a god's corpse demon like the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao? The evil emperor and Lu Piapiao wanted to save Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they couldn't break the 4 Immortal's corpse demons at the half-incipient god realm in front of them. However, those Immortal's corpse demons didn't want to tangle with the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao for too long. They just hurt them badly and didn't chase after them. Instead, they returned to the ancient coffins. The spirit Ba and the Immortal's corpse demons in the ancient coffins were still kneeling. They didn't move an inch and looked very respectful. At the same time, the 2 incipient god realm Immortal's corpse demons forcefully dragged Ling Xiao to the wooden coffin in the center. Ling Xiao was so tense. He was so scared that he was going to be skinned alive. What the hell was going on? He had drawn out all of the heaven flames on his body to burn the 2 incipient god realm Immortal's corpse demons. Unfortunately, he couldn't burn them down. After all, the Immortal's corpse demons at that realm could be compared to any top divine weapon. How could they be destroyed so easily? Little Xiao. The evil emperor dragged his wounded body and wanted to rush over there. However, Lu Piapiao stopped him. If you go there now, you will die. Perhaps he will be all right. Lu Piapiao's beautiful eyes rippled with a strange light. She looked at the scene and seemed to think of something. Sai, do you think he will be all right? You can imagine how terrifying the center is. I don't know why it wants to find little Xiao. Damn it! The evil emperor cursed helplessly. The attacks from the Immortal's corpse demons had corpse toxins. They had to expel them from their bodies. Otherwise, they would die if they went there now. Don't worry. Maybe it's not as bad as we think, Lu Piapiao looked at the ancient coffin and said. Then, she added, perhaps it's waiting for him. The evil emperor seemed to understand the latter part of her words. As they had stayed in the ancient coffins for so many years, they knew some secrets of the coffins. Perhaps the thing on the wooden coffin in the center was waiting for someone. However, it was a vague feeling that they weren't sure about. Today, seeing Ling Xiao being captured, it seemed to confirm their guesses. Does that guy want to replace little Xiao? The evil emperor thought of another possibility. His face grimaced even more. After all, the thing inside the wooden coffin was a terrifying existence that could reach the sky and earth. It had stayed here for so many years and controlled so many evil people. Was it willing to stay here forever? Looking at the torrential hatred it exuded, one could feel that it must have a very unreconciled resentment. Thinking of this, the evil emperor could only grit his teeth and wanted to rush up again. However, before he could even get close, a powerful force soared into the sky and sent him flying. Then, in the center of the ancient coffin, Ling Xiao was thrown into the wooden coffin by the 2 Immortal's corpse demons. No! Chapter 1279. Ling Xiao's soul was about to fly out of his body. He didn't know why he was so unlucky to be thrown into the coffin. I'm not dead yet. Ling Xiao screamed silently. After Ling Xiao was thrown into the coffin lid was closed. Then, he lost consciousness. However, tens of thousands of divine Yinba, God's corpse demon, and half-zombies were still kneeling. They didn't want to return to the coffin. Evil Emperor didn't care much anymore. He wanted to rush over to save them. Unfortunately, the God's corpse demon stopped him before he could take a few steps. Evil Emperor crazily attacked the God's corpse demon. The God's corpse demon at half-incipient God realm couldn't resist anymore. However, a half-zombie wearing a cloak came out of the gold coffin. It was still alive. With just a light wave of its hand, it sent the evil emperor flying far away, causing him to vomit blood non-stop. The God Lord has returned. Don't disturb him. The cloaked half-zombie said in an extremely cold voice. A terrifying aura burst out, pressing the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao to the ground. They didn't have the ability to resist. The evil emperor and Lu Piapiao were peak god kings who had encountered many dangers. Their minds were tough. However, in front of this half-zombie, they were scared to the extreme. In the half-zombie's eyes, they were just small existences. It only needed one thought to kill them. Just wait here. The day the Divine Master returns will be the day you leave. The half-zombie didn't want to trouble the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao. After saying that, it flew back to the ancient coffin. The evil emperor could only watch it leave. He didn't have the thought of risking his life to fight against those evil creatures. After a long time, Lu Piapiao's voice came to his ears. He's the one it's waiting for. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. The evil emperor shuddered. He was dispirited. Sigh, little Xiao, I'm sorry. The evil emperor punched a rock and sighed. He was so sad that he couldn't describe it. If Ling Xiao hadn't come here to look for him, how could Ling Xiao have gotten into this mess? However, after hearing the latter part of the half-zombie's words, the unholy emperor no longer planned to go out. He had to wait for the so-called Lord God to come out before leaving. He hoped that he could see Ling Xiao return safe and sound. In the following days, the evil emperor first recovered from his injuries and stayed here. Lu Piapiao, who had escaped, did not leave. However, she did not stay with the evil emperor. Instead, she found another place to digest the benefits she had gained over the years. At the same time, she also hoped that the little man would appear again. A dream. It was like a bubble, but it was also a realistic dream. Ling Xiao seemed to see another version of himself growing up in a different race. He actually saw his own life in front of him. It was a peace-loving, united, and friendly race. Unlike the other races, they did not possess a strong physique, a powerful cultivation tenbin, and the ability to reach the peak of this world. They could only be regarded as ordinary warriors, belonging to the inconspicuous weak race. They never intervened in any war. They always worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. They lived a peaceful life. However, things did not go as they wished. Because of their weakness, they were reduced to the lowest level of people in this world. They were bullied and oppressed by foreign races. They were separated from their families and suffered unspeakably. Finally, one day, a genius appeared in this weak race and awakened their race's tenbin. It was a kind of tenbin magical power called Heavy Soul. Heavy Soul referred to the fact that the soul of their race was actually twice or even several times larger than that of ordinary people. This varied from person to person. The genius also created a unique divine technique that belonged to their race based on this tenbin. This divine technique was called Controlling Soul Technique. It was also because of this divine technique that their weak race began to rise and occupy a very important place in the land of the 100 races. As for the races that had once oppressed them, they exterminated and suppressed them one by one. From then on, their race became a terrifying race that was feared by every space domain. This race was one of the most powerful races among the primordial era races. They were known as the Soul Race. After the Soul Race gradually rose to prominence, they became the leader of all races in ancient times. No other race dared to provoke them again. However, after the Soul Race awakened from Tenbin, they destroyed many races. Their methods were extremely cruel. They did not spare men, women, old, or young. They exterminated them all. It could be said that they had completely destroyed humanity. Although they later restrained themselves, this made the other races feel very uneasy. They were afraid that if the Soul Race continued to grow stronger, they would eventually destroy them as well. Thus, many powerful races began to form alliances. They wanted to summon the other races to suppress the Soul Race and completely eliminate it. In the end, many powerful races joined forces and began to massacre the Soul Race. However, the Soul Race was just too powerful. Among them, the prodigy of the Soul Race was extraordinarily powerful. Even when all the supremes of the various races came out, it was difficult to suppress him. That prodigy of the Soul Race battled the supremes of the various races alone. He killed countless people by himself, and the people from the clan execution division were terrified. In the end, the various clans had no choice but to force the Hun clan into a spatial crack and completely banish them, allowing them to be completely annihilated in that spatial land. All the experts of the Soul Race had perished in that battle. The genius of the Soul Race had fought until he died of exhaustion. However, the various races also paid a heavy price when they joined forces to deal with the people from the Soul Race. Many races were even killed by the Soul Race until they completely disappeared from the ranks of the powerful races. That battle was definitely the most tragic battle of the ancient times. It was also known as the War of the Soul Execution. This battle was known as the most tragic battle of all time. It was recorded and sealed in the history books of the various races. No one was willing to mention this battle again. And that prodigy was the person Ling Xiao saw in his dream. A prodigy by the name of Hun Feng, a supreme character that the Soul Race called the Soul Ancestor. He was a terrifying supreme that all the ancient races were deeply afraid of. Soul Wind represented an era, represented a period of glory, and also represented a heroic figure that could be sung and moved to tears as he guarded the clan. He worked tirelessly for the sake of the race's rise, allowing them to gain respect and status. In the end, he fought for his race until he lost his last drop of blood. Within the race, he was a well-deserved hero, a god, respected and revered. However, outside the race, he was a demon, a heavenly demon. People feared him and wanted to get rid of him. No one knew how to comment on such a person in history. But on the sovereign list, he was ranked at a height that everyone could only look up to. That's right, he was in the top 5 of the sovereign list. He was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supremes of the ancient times. This was a fact that no one could deny. When Ling Xiao woke up, he was already in another space. He didn't know where this space was, but he knew that this place was related to his mission. The cycle of reincarnation was impermanent. Ling Xiao didn't know how many lives he had been as Hun Feng, but he was sure that the dream was real. He was sure that he had a close relationship with the Soul Race. Because ever since he obtained the Soul Control Soul and successfully cultivated it, he had an inseparable bond with the Soul Race. Ling Xiao didn't expect that in addition to having the blood of the Kim people flowing in his veins, he was also a Soul Race member with a heavy soul. Perhaps this was an accident, or perhaps it was the will of the heavens. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao have the chance to be reborn? All of this was fated, and even Ling Xiao didn't know why. He was an optimistic person. As long as he could keep his life, nothing else was a problem. Since I can't resist, then I'll just obey. Ling Xiao murmured. Then, he crawled up from the ground and began to look around. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't know how he came to this place. He only had a vague impression that there was a domain gate in the wooden coffin. Yes, it was a domain gate, not an ordinary space formation. The teleportation distance was incomparably far. He didn't know whether he had left the chaotic burial space or not. But now, he was sure that this space was absolutely different from the chaotic burial space. There were still mountains and rocks here, but there was more land and spiritual energy. Although this place was desolate, it was indeed a land space. However, the spiritual energy here was so thin that it was hard to imagine. It could be said that it was almost the same as air. If one wanted to use it to cultivate, it would be amazing if they could reach the Earth Sovereign or King rank. This was simply a lot worse than the northwest region of Ling Xiao's ancestral land. Ling Xiao spread his divine sense. He scanned the surroundings and found nothing that could threaten him. He didn't even find a high-grade spirit beast. At most, there were a few fifth-grade spirit beasts. Most of them were low-grade spirit beasts between the first and the third grade. At the same time, he also sensed the existence of the human aura. Although it was quite weak, it was indeed there. This made him very happy. Fortunately, although the spiritual energy here is thin, it is still possible to live. It seems that some of my clansmen have survived and not been completely exterminated. Ling Xiao relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he had already regarded himself as a member of another clan. It couldn't be helped. Regardless of whether the person in the dream was his previous life or not, he was reborn, had a heavy soul, and cultivated the mind-controlling art. So, he was a member of that clan. He couldn't even deceive himself about this feeling of familiarity. It was even more real than when he returned to Kim people. Since I'm here, I'll take things as they come. It's better to complete my mission and return as soon as possible. Ling Xiao murmured. After taking a deep breath, he walked confidently towards the place where there was human habitation. Chapter 1280. In an unknown space, in a dense forest mountain range. There were a few youths wielding crude weapons, surrounding and attacking a Type 2 mid-stage pine leopard. Oh my God, hurry up and use your swords to chop its legs. As long as it slows down, it won't be able to chase us. One of the youths anxiously shouted at the other youth who was fighting the pine leopard. The other youths cried out in alarm and wanted to help, but they weren't as good as the youth fighting the pine leopard. The youth fighting the pine leopard looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, but he was already at the peak of the low-level mystic realm. He was wearing simple hemp clothes, bare arms, and bare feet. He held a crude iron sword in his hand as he fiercely slashed at the pine leopard. This youth was full of heroic spirit. His body was a little frail, but there was an indomitable tenacity between his brows. Even though his butt had already been bitten by the pine leopard and was bleeding quite a bit, he still didn't show the slightest hint of fear. He only had one belief, and that was to slay this pine leopard. This way, he could protect his brothers and sisters from harm, and he could bring back leopard meat for his clansmen to eat. At this moment, the vigorous pine leopard roared and pounced towards Tian. Its deep fangs were filled with bloodlust, scaring the surrounding youths to the point where their legs went soft. However, Tian wasn't afraid at all. With a loud roar, he stabbed towards the mouth of the pine leopard's basin. Low-level mystic realm cultivators could already force out elemental attacks. A meter-long elemental light shot towards the pine leopard. However, the pine leopard's movements were extremely agile. Its body could actually change shape in the air. After dodging Tian's sword, it clawed at Tian's chest. Tian! Tian screamed in pain as his body flew back a few meters. His chest instantly cracked open with several deep wounds, and blood flowed out continuously. The pine leopard's ferocity increased after its attack succeeded. It continued to pounce at Tian, wanting to swallow him alive. Bastard, I'll kill you. One of the frightened youths realized that his companion was in danger. He yelled and threw a spear at the leopard. This young man was only a level 9 warrior. Whether it was in terms of strength or speed, he was still far behind. It was almost impossible to hurt the pine leopard. The pine leopard easily dodged the attack and continued to bite at the young man who was screaming in pain. The other youths were also martial artists, but now they had the conviction to protect their companions. They grabbed the weapons in their hands and threw them at the pine leopard. Due to the previous shot, they had enough time to stop the pine leopard. The pine flower leopard was furious. It wanted to have a good meal, but its legs were blocked. It might as well give up on the food in front of it and start on other food. The leopard leaped a few meters away and dodged all the attacks. It then turned around and pounced on the skinniest girl. The girl was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. She immediately fell to the ground and cried out in sorrow. Seeing that the girl was about to be bitten by the pine flower leopard, the youth who was pounced on earlier, got up from the ground. He glared at the leopard and shouted, "Beast, don't try to be violent." As his voice fell, all his power burst forth to the extreme, and he pounced towards the pine leopard like a cheetah. When he fell, his sword had fallen to the side. Now he could only use his weak body to hug the pine flower leopard. At the same time, he gathered his strength and punched the pine flower leopard's head. The pine flower leopard was in pain. Its body kept jumping and rolling, and it threw Tian to the ground. Roar! The pine flower leopard was so angry that it swallowed a golden ray. Tian was dizzy from the fall. Just as he stood up, the golden light had already rushed towards him. He only felt pain in his body. His whole body flew far away like a cannonball and fell heavily on the ground. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Many parts of his body had been blasted open, and blood flowed out incessantly. He was on the verge of death. The other youths were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were at a loss. The pine leopard once again pounced towards Tian, who no longer had any strength to resist. It seemed like it was determined to eat Tian. The others were in extreme despair. They couldn't muster any strength to save Tian. They could only watch Tian being bitten to death by the pine flower leopard. However, when the pine flower leopard was about to bite Tian, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Tian and pressed the pine flower leopard's body with one hand. The pine flower leopard squinted like a cat when it saw that person. It instantly crawled on the ground and kept shaking as if it was frightened. "Okay, let's go. Don't bully these kids anymore." The person gently patted the pine flower leopard's forehead and said. The pine flower leopard seemed to be able to understand the human's words. It actually let out 2 low growls and immediately escaped into the dense forest. The stunned youths looked at the big brother who suddenly appeared, and each of them showed a look of worship. Tian, who was still lying on the ground and seriously injured, showed some gratitude. He must be a very strong person. Tian said in his heart. Just when Tian was about to faint, the big brother slowly turned around and squatted down. There was a medicinal pill in his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "Little guy, swallow this and you'll get better." After saying that, the big brother forced the medicinal pill into Tian's mouth. Tian didn't have time to think about what it was. He immediately felt a chaotic power flowing in his body. It made him feel extremely comfortable. The pain on his body immediately stopped. It even faintly increased his strength. He felt that his realm was loosening and there were signs of a breakthrough. He's actually going to break through? That big brother was none other than Ling Xiao. He looked at the young man in front of him with a strange look on his face. Then he reminded the young man, "Hurry up and sit down cross-legged. Focus on controlling your strength. Do your best to break through." Tian came to his senses. He immediately bounced up from the ground and sat cross-legged. He began to focus on the breakthrough. Ling Xiao looked at the kid's real strength and seemed to see some traces of his past self. He immediately chuckled and said, "Let me give you a hand." He could see that the youth was not ready for this sudden breakthrough. There was a lot of risk in breaking through this time. Ling Xiao gently waved his hand and the spiritual qi in this mountain instantly gathered around Tian. This way, he could borrow more spiritual qi from heaven and earth to help him break through steadily. Sure enough, the youth's aura began to gradually rise with the help of the rich spiritual qi around him. Finally, with the help of the pure energy contained in the elixir, he broke through in one fell swoop and became a mid-level mystic cultivator. I finally broke through. Tian jumped up from the ground and exclaimed in joy. His excited mood made the other youths around him happy as well. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to scan their bodies with his divine sense and observe the situation in their sea of consciousness. He's really a descendant of my race. Ling Xiao murmured with a gratified expression. With his cultivation as a mid-level godly king, it was naturally not difficult for him to check the physical condition of these ordinary youths. Through his observations, he could immediately sense that Tian's sea of consciousness was wider than the other youths, and his soul force was also much stronger than the other youths. In terms of physique, he was also much better than the others. Of course, Ling Xiao was not going to choose a disciple. He just wanted to see if there were any particularly outstanding disciples among the descendants of the soul race. When the time came, he would still have to nurture them and let the soul race regain its former glory. However, his intention was not for the soul race to become the leader of all the ancient races again. Instead, he wanted them to have the ability to protect themselves and return to the heaven domain. They would have a prosperous place to live and not have to continue living in such a barren land. Of course, some hatred that could not be resolved still had to be resolved. The few youths gathered around Tian and congratulated him with words of envy. Tian was also happy to share this with their companions. However, he was still clearly aware that the reason why he was still alive and had such a smooth breakthrough had a lot to do with this big brother in front of him. He squeezed through the few people and quickly walked in front of Ling Xiao. He knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, Tian, thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. Ling Xiao had a good impression of this little fellow. Just now, he was willing to sacrifice himself to save his companions, which was enough to prove that he was a little fellow who valued relationships and righteousness. Ling Xiao patted his head and said with a smile, "Get up, it's not a big deal." "Thank you, benefactor." Tian looked gratefully at Ling Xiao and said. He realized that his benefactor didn't seem to be much older than him. Why was he so powerful? Moreover, he had never seen his benefactor here. In the past, he had heard from his father or grandfather that there were only their clansmen here. There would be no other strangers. Could it be that benefactor is an immortal? Did he specially come to save us? Tian thought innocently. Ling Xiao naturally did not know what this little fellow was thinking. He immediately patted his head and said, "Where is your family? Can you take me for a walk? I'm not familiar with this place." Ling Xiao said this only because he wanted to understand the current situation of the soul race from the children. Otherwise, with a sweep of his divine will, it would be easy for him to find someone. Moreover, this space was very small. He would probably be able to fly once in a day by himself. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The race that was once the most terrifying among all the ancient races had actually been reduced to living in such a small cage-like place. It had to be said that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. Chapter 1281. These soul youths were not scheming at all. Faced with a benefactor who could easily scare off a second-grade middle-stage pine leopard, they told him everything they knew without holding anything back. After probing, Ling Xiao finally had a general understanding of the situation here. It turned out that in this small space, there were very few soul race people. All the clansmen added up to less than 5,000 people. Compared to the Kim people, who had a hard time reproducing, they were much worse. The main reason was that the living conditions of the soul race were too poor. Moreover, their physiques were ordinary and weak. They relied on hunting for food to survive and lived a peaceful life. Because of this, many of them were bitten to death by those spirit beasts in the process of hunting. On the other hand, Ling Xiao guessed another reason. That was because the soul race members here married their own relatives, so it was impossible for their descendants to have high IQ. He could tell from the two children beside him that they were already 14 or 15 years old. However, their reaction speed was only like that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Moreover, their physiques were even worse. Children like them were quite easy to die when they grew up. This was also the reason why the descendants of the soul race only had so few people after so many tens of thousands of years. Ling Xiao felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He knew that he had been influenced by another person. But no matter what, this strengthened Ling Xiao's determination to take them away from this place. However, before this, he had to do the ideological work of these people and make them accept his existence. Otherwise, why would they suddenly leave with a stranger like him? Ling Xiao followed these youths to a village that looked like a primitive tribe. The people here were all dressed very simply. Some were even wearing animal skins. They looked very similar to the primordial humans. Fortunately, their appearances were similar to normal humans. It was just that they lacked all kinds of craftsmanship experts, which made them look like this. When these people saw the children of the village actually leading an unfamiliar youth into the village, they were all full of curiosity. At the same time, they also had a bit of vigilance. They had lived here for tens of thousands of years. It could be said that they had seen and recognized everyone in the village. Why was there suddenly another person? However, when the children told the villagers that it was this big brother who saved their lives, the villagers' faces immediately lit up with gratitude, and they didn't have to be on guard anymore. A middle-aged man walked out and bowed to Ling Xiao. "Thank you for saving my family." This middle-aged man was exactly Tian's father, Yunli. Moreover, he was the patriarch of the village and possessed a cultivation at the mid-stage of the king rank. Among the people before him, he could be considered as the strongest existence. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that he only represented the people before him. There were 2 or 3 earthly emperor realm experts and over a dozen king rank experts in the village. Such a force was considered to be extraordinary in the northwest of the Xianling continent. However, to the Soul clan, an ancient race that dominated the heaven domain in ancient times, they had fallen into a pitiful decline. Ling Xiao felt a little sad. He held Yunli's hand and said, "Don't be too polite. I just happened to pass by. It was just a small effort." Although Yunli couldn't feel any spiritual power from Ling Xiao, he was keenly aware that Ling Xiao was not ordinary. Because relying on his soul power, he still couldn't see through the depth of this young man's strength, which was enough to make him a little shocked. Immediately after, Yunli immediately brought Ling Xiao into the village and welcomed him in his house. As for Tian, he followed closely behind Ling Xiao. His eyes were always filled with respect, as if he always had something to say to Ling Xiao, but with a hint of reverence, he didn't dare to open his mouth. When Ling Xiao came here, he followed the host's wishes and didn't reveal the slightest bit of displeasure. Through the observation just now, all of the descendants of the Soul clan here had 10 bin of the heavy soul. Perhaps this had something to do with their close relatives, which instead allowed them to maintain the purest bloodline. Perhaps as long as their soul power 10 bin was developed, their intelligence would definitely become normal. Of course, this matter couldn't be rushed. He had to slowly integrate into the big family of this village first. Yunli took out some spirit beast meat to entertain Ling Xiao warmly. He also took out rare spirit fruits for Ling Xiao to consume. These spirit fruits weren't something that anyone in the village could take out. Yunli did this to test Ling Xiao's depth. At the same time, it was considered as a repayment for saving his son's life. It was just that this kind of rank 4 spirit fruit was really not worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't put it in his eyes, but he also wouldn't show any dissatisfaction. Through observation, Yunli knew that this young man in front of him definitely had a great background. He actually turned a blind eye to the spirit fruits that he took out and only drank some tea. Yunli also took the opportunity to find out Ling Xiao's background. He wanted to know where he came from and what he wanted to do. As the chief, he also wanted to bring the villagers to other places to see the world. However, he knew that this place wasn't very big at all. Other than the people in their village, there were only some spirit beasts. It was difficult to meet anyone else. He couldn't help but be curious about one more person who appeared out of nowhere. Ling Xiao naturally found one or two awkward reasons to deal with Yunli's test. After all, he couldn't possibly say that his ancestors showed up and sent him here to save them, right? When Yunli was talking to Ling Xiao, he glanced at his son and said, Tian, what are you still doing? Go to the backyard and practice your martial arts. Father, Yun Tian wanted to say something but stopped himself. His eyes were full of expectation as he looked at Ling Xiao. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you hesitating? Yunli reprimanded bluntly. Who knew that Yun Tian would bend his knees and kneel down in front of Ling Xiao and said, I want to worship this big brother as my master. I beg Big Brother to fulfill my wish. Ever since he saw that Ling Xiao easily scared away the pine leopard in the mountain range, he knew that this big brother was extraordinary. He worshipped this big brother very much. He hesitated for a long time and finally gathered his courage to say it. Yunli obviously didn't expect that his son would actually have this kind of idea. Not only did he not blame him, he was happy instead. This kid has good taste. This little fella, you better get up first. Ling Xiao was a little troubled. Actually, he only wanted to stay here for a few days at most. As long as he could integrate into this family and make each and every one of them worship him, he could bring them away with him. Otherwise, if he rashly said that he wanted to bring them away from here, people would only say that he was crazy. Therefore, it was a little difficult for him to accept disciples here. It wasn't that he looked down on Yun Tian. On the contrary, he felt that Yun Tian was the best material to cultivate the soul-controlling art. His spirit power was more advantageous than the others. No. If Master doesn't accept me as Master, I will kneel for a long time and not get up. Yun Tian's temper was rather stubborn. He actually swore to worship Ling Xiao as Master. Yunli was afraid that Yun Tian would have the opposite effect. He immediately shouted at Yun Tian, "Don't be impudent. How can you speak to our benefactor like that? Benefactor doesn't accept you because your aptitude isn't enough. Continue to work hard and cultivate." Actually, he had enough confidence in his son's tenbin. Among all the children in the village, his son cultivated the fastest and was also the most hard-working. Moreover, he even broke through a level on this trip. Although he knew that it was because of this young man's help, he still couldn't deny that his son's tenbin was outstanding. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't accept his son, besides feeling disappointed, he also felt that this young man's standards were too high. Or did he misjudge his son? Get up first. If any of you are willing, I will impart the cultivation method when I have time. As for whether you can comprehend it or not, that will depend on your ability. Ling Xiao said. Master, do you think I, Anyo, Amu, and the rest can also learn with you? Yun Tian asked rather excitedly. Anyone can come if they want. Ling Xiao said confidently. The soul-controlling art was originally the soul race's sect-guarding divine art. Ling Xiao planned to slowly impart these chants to these soul race youths so that they could use his tenbin well in the future. However, he also didn't know if this divine soul-controlling art had already been passed down. And would it be the same as what he imparted to them? At that time, he better not cause any trouble. Many thanks, Master. I will go and tell Anyo and the rest right now. They will definitely be overjoyed. Yun Tian more or less had the temperament of a child. He laughed heartily and then ran out of the house. Yunli felt a little uncertain after seeing Ling Zhao's sudden change. He didn't believe that this young man would help the children of their clan for no reason. Could it be that he is planning something? Yunli thought nervously. After settling Ling Zhao down, he went to the patriarch's place to discuss the matter with the patriarch before making any further plans. In a relatively hidden place in the village, there was an ancestral hall built against the mountain. This was the place where the old patriarch and the other elders of the previous generation lived. Usually, if there was any major event in the village, they would also come to this ancestral hall to discuss it. This ancestral hall could also be called the council hall. This ancestral hall enshrined a godly elephant. This godly elephant wore a godly helmet and armor, and it held a godly blade and a godly shield. It looked down on the common people from the sky, giving off a domineering aura that was superior to looking down on the world. If Ling Zhao was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this divine elephant. Impressively, it was the familiar demonic face that he saw in the chaotic burial space. Under this divine elephant, there were many small plates hanging. The plates were engraved with names. It should be the ancestors of the village that had passed away. In this ancestral hall, there were a few old people sitting. Their strength was the highest in the village. Yunli was reporting to them about the sudden appearance of Ling Zhao in their village. No matter how this person appeared, we should first raise our vigilance and see what he wants to do. If he really wants to teach the children of our clan, it is also these children's good fortune. Otherwise, these old farts, will not sit and do nothing, a white-haired old man said with a hoarse voice. Chapter 1282. In a small land space that looked like a prison. In a quiet mountain range, there was an open space that had been changed by human hands. This open space seemed to be a martial arts field. There were nearly 100 youths of different ages on the field. They were all wearing rough hemp clothes and were practicing body forging techniques together. Each and every one of them walked with steady steps, swinging their fists with the sound of the wind, causing the air to tremble and make pa-pa sounds non-stop. On the top of a hill not far from the martial arts field sat a young man. This young man had his eyes closed in rest, as if he had merged with the world. Even if an ordinary person looked in his direction, it would be difficult to discover his existence. This young man was Ling Zhao, who had been teleported from the chaotic burial space to this space. Although he was sitting like this, he could discover any of the youths that were slacking off nearby and immediately issued a warning to them. If they were disobedient, he would immediately use small tricks to make them taste his power. Ling Zhao had been here for more than half a year. After more than half a year, he had already obtained the approval of the descendants of the soul race. They sent all the children in the village to him and let him teach them martial skills. However, Ling Zhao's teaching method was different from ordinary people. He planned to completely transform the weak bodies of these children, so that they could keep up with the quality of ordinary cultivators. He was not in a hurry to immediately teach them any powerful profound skills. After half a year, these children's bodies had also become much stronger. Other than a few little girls or mentally handicapped children, all of them were successfully kept by Ling Zhao and taught them the soul-controlling art. At night, they could try to meditate and cultivate, so that they could feel the existence of mental power as soon as possible. At that time, they could use mental power to make simple attacks. More than half a year had passed, but until now, no one could feel the existence of mental power. Ling Zhao was more or less anxious. He did not know if it was because of his mistakes in teaching, or if these little fellows' tenbin were bad. Logically speaking, with the tenbin of the soul race's heavy soul, cultivating the soul-controlling art should be double the effort. Thinking back, it did not take much effort for him to sense the existence of mental power, and it did not take long to learn mental attacks. After a day of training, all the children could happily go home. However, a youth ran from the foot of the mountain towards the top. He had an incomparably joyful expression as he exclaimed to Ling Xiao, "Master, I can feel mental power. I can feel mental power." Ling Xiao looked at Yun Tian, who was excitedly running over, and finally revealed a look of relief. He muttered, "It seems that any cultivation technique pays attention to some tenbin. Ah, Tian has the widest sea of consciousness among these children. Perhaps in the future, the soul-controlling art can be carried forward by him. It is suitable for him to protect the soul race, but I absolutely cannot let him develop too much killing intent." Ling Xiao originally had no intention of taking Yun Tian as his disciple, but Yun Tian kept calling him master. After some hesitation, Ling Xiao tacitly accepted him as his disciple. After some hesitation, Ling Xiao tacitly accepted him as a disciple. Everyone in the soul race was lacking in terms of cultivation rank. They did not have any particularly outstanding physiques, but the heavy soul was the best tenbin for them to use. Once they raised their mental power, they could still kill people of a higher rank. As for the soul race's cultivation rank, they could also increase their mental power and soul power, allowing them to catch up. Just like Ling Xiao now, he had the divine soul of a high-level god king. Therefore, he wouldn't have any problems leaping from the mid-level to the high level. Therefore, the soul race also had this advantage. As long as they accumulated their mental power, their souls would be stronger than before, and it would be greatly beneficial for them to break through their ranks. Without a good physique, they could cultivate to the soul race's cultivation rank, but the heavy soul tenbin could make up for their innate deficiencies. This could be said to be a loss at the swinging corner, but a gain at the mulberry. There was a loss, but there was a gain. Ling Xiao smiled at Yun Tian, who ran up angrily and said, "Not bad. Next, it will depend on how you can use mental power. When you reach master's level, you can be considered to have started the initiation." At the same time, Ling Xiao said, he uprooted a small tree not far away with a thought, and made this small tree go one round in the vicinity. This made Yun Tian stare with his eyes wide open, with a look of surprise and excitement. He knew that his master was formidable, but he did not expect that he was actually this formidable. Just with a thought, he could uproot a small tree and even make it fly around like this. It was simply too inconceivable. He felt that even his father or the old patriarch did not have this kind of ability. Yun Tian admired his master even more in his heart. A feeling of incomparable reverence and worship spontaneously welled up. Disciple will definitely work hard to cultivate and reach this realm as soon as possible. Yun Tian replied very seriously. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Continue to work hard. Master believes that you can definitely do it, but don't forget to also work hard to cultivate your body. You can't fall behind on either. If you can't meet master's requirements, my master absolutely won't recognize you as a disciple. Master can't afford to lose face like this." "Yes, master. Disciple will definitely work harder and not lose face for master." Yunli replied very firmly. Even though Ling Xiao only imparted the first stage of the soul-controlling art to these children, it was already enough for them to cultivate for many years. Ling Xiao could not impart all the mnemonic chants to them at once. It would force some children to be too impatient, and it would instead spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. That would not be good. At the same time, he also wanted to test whether those elders in the soul race knew the mnemonic chants of this soul-controlling art. But after he spread out the mnemonic chants, no one actually came over to ask him about the origins of this mnemonic chants. He could not help but suspect, could it be that this soul-controlling art had not been passed down? He really wanted to go over and capture those elders of the soul race to ask, but he felt that it was presumptuous. Ling Xiao sent Yun Tian back and started to meditate here in peace again. As long as he was unable to obtain the complete trust of this soul race, he would not be able to leave this place. And the time he set for himself was at most a year. Within a year, he absolutely had to bring all of them away. Now that there was not much time left, he had to think of the next step of countermeasures. However, before he could think of a plan, an opportunity appeared before him. On this day, Yunli flew over anxiously. Before he even arrived, he exclaimed to Ling Xiao non-stop, "Teacher Ling." "Teacher Ling." Ling Xiao walked over and instantly arrived in front of Yunli, saying, "Patriarch Yun, I wonder what's the matter that made you so anxious?" Yunli bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "May Teacher Ling please save the lives of my old patriarch and several elders. My clan from top to bottom will definitely not forget Teacher Ling's kindness. Did something happen? If I can help, I will definitely not delay it." Ling Xiao immediately responded. As he spoke, his divine sense swept towards the village and discovered that the few elders who usually lived in seclusion were actually gone. The old patriarch and several elders went to the Wolf Ridge to look for spirit grass, but they were surrounded by a pack of wolves. The old patriarch and the others could have escaped, but a few elders were injured and couldn't escape. The old patriarch and the others couldn't abandon them, so they are willing to ask Teacher Ling for help. You must save the old patriarch and the others. There is a very powerful wolf king there, even the old patriarch isn't its opponent. Yunli said what he wanted to express in one breath. However, just as he finished speaking, he immediately felt that he was riding on a cloud, and his face was blown by a gust of wind to the point that he couldn't open his eyes. When he felt his body stop, he suddenly discovered that he was already in the sky above the Wolf Ridge. This. Yunli was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. It would take him more than half a day to fly from the Wolf Ridge back to the village, but now, in the blink of an eye, he had arrived here. Even he himself was shocked by this speed. "They are below, let's go down." Ling Xiao scanned with his divine sense, and immediately pulled Yunli down. This land space was very small, and Ling Xiao already knew this place like the back of his hand. He had also been to this Wolf Ridge before, and he knew that there was a powerful rank 6 low-level wolf king here, as well as a few rank 5 wolf beasts, and the number of wolves was not small. The people of the soul race were really not this wolf king's opponent, and he was really afraid that the few elders of the soul race would be devoured by the wolf king. Fortunately, when Ling Xiao rushed over, they were still fine, and the old patriarch used a sacred tool in his hands, barely saving their lives. Unfortunately, he couldn't use the power of the sacred tool, or else this wolf king would have been killed a long time ago. The wolf king had enough intelligence, and made hundreds of wolf ways surround their group, continuously launching long-range attacks, wanting to exhaust the 10 people of the soul race alive. The current situation was very unfavorable for the people of the soul race, and that defensive sacred tool could only temporarily save their lives. If the old patriarch's spiritual energy was exhausted, they would only die. Moreover, a few of them were already injured, and it would be even more difficult for them to escape. "Teacher Ling, please save the old patriarch and the others, we will definitely be grateful to you." Yunli was now completely convinced by Ling Xiao, and immediately begged anxiously. Even without Yunli saying this, Ling Xiao also didn't want to miss the opportunity to deal with these little old men. As long as he killed all of these little old men, the other soul race people would definitely obey him unconditionally. "Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen to them," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. After saying that, Ling Xiao did not rush into the pack of wolves to kill them. Instead, he drew out his invisible soul power, and an invisible palm instantly grabbed at the wolf beasts like a piece of heaven itself. He grabbed over 100 wolf beasts with a single palm, scaring the wolf beasts to the point that they couldn't stop howling in fear. They couldn't understand why they suddenly flew into the sky. They hadn't reached the 6th rank yet, so it was impossible for them to fly. So. Chapter 1283. The struggling wolf beasts howled and wailed, but no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't get down from the sky. At the same time, they were afraid of suddenly falling down. They were afraid that even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. Immediately after, they were like stones that had been thrown out. They were actually thrown 10,000 meters away, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Not only these 100 wolves, but the other wolf beasts were also caught and thrown away by Ling Xiao's soul palm. The only wolf king that Ling Xiao left behind was howling and howling. It actually sensed that someone was coming and actually dared to pounce in Ling Xiao's direction. "Teacher Ling, be careful." Yunli looked at the ferocious wolf king that was approaching in the blink of an eye and shouted. The members of the soul race below were so shocked that their throats were in their throats. They had all witnessed how terrifying this wolf king was. It could already fly through the air and was a low-rank 6th-rank spiritual beast. Its strength was not lower than that of a heavenly venerable. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying spiritual beast since they had lived here for many years. If it wasn't for this spiritual beast, they would have already broken out of the encirclement by relying on the few Earth Sovereign Realm and several King Realm experts. Although they didn't know what had just happened, they didn't think that the young man in front of them could withstand the Wolf King's pounce and bite. They were afraid that the young man's blood would be splattered on the spot. However, in the next moment, they were completely dumbfounded. They saw that the incomparably mighty Wolf King was actually kicked far away like an ordinary house dog. A miserable howl pierced through the sky, and in the end, only a small dot was left, disappearing into the horizon. Whether it was Yunli or the old patriarch who was the most powerful, all of their eyes were wide open, and they had a look of disbelief. They were thinking, was it really a group of ferocious wolf beasts that besieged them just now? And was that really a wolf king that had reached the 6th rank and above? The old patriarch looked at Ling Xiao, and an inexplicable thought appeared in his old eyes. He found that Ling Xiao seemed to be quite similar to the divine elephant in their ancestral hall, and he had learned from the ancient records of the clan that their clan was once glorious, and there was even a godlike existence in their clan. They only needed a thought to destroy mountains and overturn rivers, and moving mountains and filling seas was not a problem. And didn't this young man in front of him just throw all these wolf beasts away with a thought? Looking at him and the great ancestor's arrogance and heroic bearing, the old clan leader couldn't help but kneel down in fear and wail, "Old Ancestor, the great ancestor has arrived, please accept the blessing of your descendant, Master Yun, and kneel." The others were all confused, but when they saw the ancestor kneel and address Ling Xiao as ancestor, for a moment, they all felt that this person might be the god of their clan that had descended. Immediately, they all knelt down and cried out, "Greetings, ancestor." Ling Xiao really didn't understand, but with his current strength and the entanglement between him and their ancestor, he really didn't mind accepting their kneeling. At the same time, he could use this opportunity to tell them the reason why they had come. Ling Xiao slightly revealed the aura of a divine king on his body, and it immediately formed a layer of light around him, dazzling everyone's eyes. The extremely weak origin energy and spiritual qi also surged over with Ling Xiao's movement, causing everyone present to be shocked, but also at ease. It made them feel like they were floating, as if they wanted to break through at this moment. They all cried out in surprise in their hearts, "What a miracle! Since you've recognized me, I don't plan on hiding it anymore. I am the reincarnation of the soul ancestor, as well as your ancestor," Ling Xiao said gloomily. Afterwards, he glanced at the surroundings and called out, "Rise." As Ling Xiao's voice rang out, the surrounding mountains began to shake violently. Rumble. The mountains constantly shook, and they finally began to rise from the ground bit by bit, floating in the air. Even though the people before them were the most powerful existences in the soul race, they were still shocked by this scene. It was simply unimaginable. The old patriarch was a demigod exalt, so it was not a problem for him to destroy a mountain with a single strike. He could even uproot a smaller mountain with some difficulty. However, when they thought about how Ling Xiao had uprooted several mountains at the same time with just a single thought, just what kind of concept was that? What kind of level of strength could do that? Even a mystic the arch would not have the ability to do that. Saints might be able to do it, but they would have to use methods to control it from afar. It was not as easy as Ling Xiao to do it with just a thought. Absolutely no one could do it. This was something that only the soul race could do. Ling Xiao playing with a few mountains was child's play. He did not want to cause too much of a commotion. If he was serious, he could even make this entire mountain range fly. The few elders from the soul race all began to believe that this young man in front of them was perhaps the reincarnation of their ancestor. This was because Ling Xiao's body suddenly had an aura that made them feel close to him. "Greetings, Patriarch." Everyone present knelt down and shouted in unison. "My race has existed since ancient times. Then, in the ancient age, I received orders from the heavens and created my own divine art to save my race from danger. I established an extraordinary foundation and cleansed hundreds of races of blood. My might shook the world and the universe." Ling Xiao suddenly seemed to have become another person. That mighty divine voice began to resound loudly in the world. Even the people in the faraway soul race village heard Ling Xiao's words. They all felt a surge of faith that came from their bodies. They all knelt down, their faces filled with reverence. As they listened to Ling Xiao narrate the history of their race, they all felt a wave of pride and pride. It turned out that they were all descendants of the ancient god race and had the most outstanding bloodline. It was only because they were harmed by villains that they were forced to wander here. The many ancient secrets of their race gave them a very strong impulse to rise. At the same time, they wanted to unite against their common enemy. They swore to take revenge for the blood of their ancestors and dominate the region. "The descendants of my race were exiled, causing you to fall to such a state. I am deeply grieved. I must take revenge for this. I must make them pay with blood." Ling Xiao's words were steady, sonorous, and filled with grief and indignation. It stirred up everyone. "We must take revenge for this. We must make them pay with blood." All the members of the soul race cried out in anger. Ling Xiao listened to their roars with satisfaction. As long as they still had courage, it would not be difficult for them to restore the glory of the soul race. But Ling Xiao absolutely could not let the soul race follow in their footsteps. They must take revenge, but they must not be allowed to be hostile to anyone outside their race. Otherwise, if they killed anyone they saw, they would face the danger of extinction sooner or later. Moreover, they were currently so weak. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao brought Yunli, the old patriarch of the soul race, and the others back to the village. As soon as Ling Xiao and the others returned, they were immediately surrounded by all the people of the soul race. All of them knelt down and worshipped Ling Xiao in excitement. The more they looked at Ling Xiao, the more they felt that Ling Xiao was very similar to their ancestors' divine elephant. Especially that pair of eyes, it was almost exactly the same. There was also that feeling of closeness that they felt, and it definitely did not seem like a lie. "All of you have suffered. In the near future, I will definitely bring all of you back to the heaven region ancestral land and create the glory of our race," Ling Xiao said indifferently to these people. Right now, he felt that he seemed to have the essence of a swindler. He actually knew how to trick people. Everyone hesitated for a moment before bowing and retreating. Among the crowd, Yun Tian was extremely excited. He thought to himself, "So master is my ancestor. No wonder he is so powerful. Even the old patriarch and my father have to listen to him." After dispersing the crowd, Yun Shifu respectfully invited Ling Xiao into the ancestral hall of the clan. All the people of the soul race who had reached the king rank and above followed closely behind. Surrounded by everyone, Ling Xiao entered the ancestral hall. When he saw Han Feng's divine elephant, his body immediately trembled. A wave of soul power rushed out of the divine elephant and instantly attacked him. The divine elephant seemed to have become a living creature. It coldly stared at everyone in the hall, and an overbearing aura instantly soared into the sky. Ling Xiao seemed to be controlled by that power. He walked with dragon-like steps and arrived in front of the divine elephant. When he turned around, he seemed to have become exactly the same as the divine elephant. Yun Shifu, Yun Li, and the others immediately knelt down in panic and shouted, "The ancestor has appeared! The ancestor has appeared!" At this moment, the divine elephant collapsed on its own, and a divine object rushed out of the divine elephant. Whoosh! The divine object instantly burst forth with a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the ancestral hall. Even the outside of the ancestral hall was illuminated by the same brilliance, causing everyone to cry out in surprise. Yun Shifu, Yun Li, and the others all stared at the divine object with wide eyes. Their eyes became incomparably excited. They didn't know that there was such a mystical treasure inside the divine elephant. Perhaps only the reincarnation of the ancestor in front of them could make it appear on its own. The divine object was a divine hoop. It was carved with dragon and phoenix stripes, and there was an origin crystal embedded in the middle. It emitted waves of divine brilliance, like the roar of a dragon or the cry of a phoenix. It looked extremely noble and beautiful. The divine hoop flickered for a moment before automatically covering Ling Xiao's forehead. It seemed to be tailor-made for him. Its size was just right. After putting it on, it made Ling Xiao look especially majestic and exceptionally noble. It was as if an ancient god had descended into the world, causing people to immediately worship and revere him. Ling Xiao's divine soul emitted waves of soul power that blended with the divine hoop's tool soul like milk. All of this didn't need to be done deliberately, it was all done by the flow of water. So you were the one who escorted our clansmen here. It's really been hard on you. Ling Xiao seemed to be talking to himself naturally. The divine hoop seemed to be able to hear Ling Xiao's words. It constantly flickered with divine light, as if it was responding to Ling Xiao's words. Everything seemed very magical. Chapter 1284. The divine dragon phoenix hoop was forged from dragon scales, phoenix feathers, soul wood, and other top-notch divine materials. Then, it was infused with supreme divine power to make it even more perfect. This was a true primordial godly artifact. It wasn't an offensive primordial godly artifact, but a defensive primordial godly artifact. When worn on one's forehead, it could block any primordial godly artifact's attack on one's head. As long as one's head wasn't destroyed, one could grow a new body. This was a true life-saving primordial godly artifact. Apart from that, it also had an unexpected effect. It could increase the cultivation speed of one's soul, absorb any remnant soul power, and purify it to speed up absorption. It could also increase the power of one's soul power attack and block any soul power attack. In short, this divine dragon phoenix hoop had a miraculous effect when it came to soul power, be it offense or defense. This was one of the primordial godly artifacts of the soul race. Back when he fought alone against all the heroes, this primordial godly artifact had displayed great power. However, Han Feng had died from exhaustion in the end. His divine body had collapsed, and everything he had was divided up by the other races. Fortunately, the divine dragon phoenix hoop, which he valued the most, had been sent into the chaotic burial space to escort the descendants of the soul race to a place where they could live. Finally, this divine dragon phoenix hoop had probably escorted the old, weak, women, and children of the soul race to this narrow space. This was also the only ancient god artifact that Soul Wind had left, other than the soul-controlling art that he had scattered into the void. After obtaining the divine dragon phoenix hoop's approval, Ling Xiao had truly obtained Han Feng's approval. Otherwise, he would probably have to stay in this small space for the rest of his life and spend the rest of his life with the soul race. Of course, with the divine dragon phoenix hoop's approval, his life would be even safer in the future. Unless he encountered a supreme, no one would be able to kill him. One had to know that this divine dragon phoenix hoop wasn't an ordinary primordial godly artifact. It was a top-notch primordial godly artifact. With this, Yun Shifu, Yun Li, and the others no longer suspected that Ling Xiao was an impostor. They were certain that the person in front of them was the reincarnation of their ancestor, so they had to treat him with respect from the bottom of their hearts. With this dragon phoenix divine hoop on, Ling Xiao didn't need to understand how the descendants of the soul race had lived all these years. The artifact soul within the dragon phoenix divine hoop had already transmitted all the records to his mind, allowing him to understand everything clearly. Only the old, weak, women, and children were sent to this space. The other soul race experts stayed behind to fight to the death. As a result, the soul race didn't have any decent experts guarding it, and no one passed down the soul race's divine art. When Ling Xiao learned of all this, he felt the same way, and a particularly uncomfortable feeling assaulted his heart. He was not in a hurry to leave this land. He needed to brainwash all 5,000 soul race descendants here before he left. He needed to make them completely submit to him, this so-called old ancestor. Only then would he be able to raise them and restore the might of the soul race. After Ling Xiao was shocked twice in a row, he openly told Yun Shifu, Yunli, and the others his intention. In one sentence, it was, "Take all of you away from this small place, and return to your ancestral lands to live." Yun Shifu, Yunli, and the others did not think at all. They all nodded, willing to follow the old ancestors' orders. Even if they had to climb a mountain of knives and go down a mountain of oil, they would not object. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this result. His mission this time was more than half completed. Of course, out of respect for the soul race, he first had Yun Shifu and Yunli mobilize and persuade the others of the soul race. He continued to teach the children of the soul race in the mountain range. At the same time, he allowed anyone to come in and practice martial arts. He also taught the first stage of the soul-controlling art to Yun Shifu, Yunli, and the others, allowing them to choose a portion of people to cultivate this divine art. He planned to let everyone of the soul race cultivate the soul-controlling art. In the future, the descendants who were outstanding in cultivating Tenbin would slowly be taught the second stage. The third stage would have to wait until they broke through to the realm of the Holy Emperor. He could not let them cultivate the complete soul-controlling art casually. They were too weak. If they fell into the hands of others in the future, they would be forced out. That would be troublesome. Even though only heavy souls could cultivate the soul-controlling art with twice the results, who could be sure that there were no heavy souls in other races? In the following days, other than supervising the children's martial arts, Ling Xiao also told them about the history of the soul race and the general knowledge of Heaven Realm so that they would not be unable to adapt to life in Heaven Realm. At the same time, he warned them to keep a low profile and not expose their identity of the soul race. Otherwise, they would die without a grave. It was possible to take revenge, but everything had to wait until they grew up. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. The soul race showed unprecedented fighting spirit and ambition. They all knew that they were once an ancient race, one of the strongest races. They had pride and proud beliefs. Each of them worked like crazy to cultivate. They not only wanted to be strong, but they also wanted to take revenge for their ancestors who had died. After nearly a year of contact, Ling Xiao discovered that the entire Spiritas were very united, friendly, and supportive. They were few in number, but if they were given a better cultivation environment and resources, they would definitely be able to restore the prestige of the soul race. Of course, how to develop in the future, Ling Xiao did not want to think that much for now. His only thought was to leave this place as soon as possible, leave the chaotic burial space, and return to the Sky Dragon territory. One day, Ling Xiao had Yun Shifu and Yunli gather all the people of the soul race. After 3 months of mobilization, all the people of the soul race were willing to return to the ancestral land. Because according to Ling Xiao's description, the ancestral land was definitely more wonderful and superior than this small place. Coupled with the fact that they all recognized Ling Xiao as their old ancestor, they naturally did not have any resistance. Anything worth collecting in the village was collected by Yun Shifu, Yunli, and the others using the space rings Ling Xiao gave them to bring back to the ancestral land. The 5,000 people of the soul race all looked up at the aloof Ling Xiao with looks of expectation, their eyes filled with deep respect. I have gathered all of you here today because I believe you all know that I will be taking you away from here. Are you all willing to follow me back to the ancestral land? Ling Xiao asked faintly with his hands behind his back. Everyone responded in unison, "We are willing to follow old ancestor back to the ancestral land." Ling Xiao nodded, then smiled faintly and said, "All of you, relax and do not resist my will. I will take you away now, and I believe it will not be long before you all return to the ancestral land." As his voice fell, his divine sense began to sweep over everyone's heads, and then they all disappeared in front of him. These 5,000 people were all taken into Ling Xiao's medicine cauldron. "Okay, it's time to leave this damned place," Ling Xiao muttered to the sky. He forced a drop of blood essence from his finger and flicked it high into the sky, where it instantly burst apart. Pang! This drop of blood essence seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power, causing a strange change in the sky, and a shocking explosion soared into the sky. A strange ball of light slowly appeared high up in the sky. It was like a door, constantly flashing with bursts of energy fluctuations. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it and rushed towards the door. After entering the door, Ling Xiao felt as if he had entered a bottomless black hole. He only felt his body shuttling through this space at an extremely fast speed. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao only felt his vision blur, and then he returned to a narrow space. This space was the wooden coffin that Ling Xiao had originally fallen into. Just as he was about to struggle out of the wooden coffin, a burst of strange energy flashed around the wooden coffin. The dragon phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead seemed to be summoned, and it let out a series of wailing sounds. The phantoms of a dragon and a phoenix kept roaring and hissing, as if they had seen a family member. Swoosh! The power around the wooden coffin rushed toward Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness at the same time. The demonic face with tears of blood appeared in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. "In the future, the task of protecting our clansmen will be handed over to you. You must continue the bloodline of our clan, and let our clan regain its former glory. Also, you must take revenge for the extermination of our clan. You must make them restless. You must take revenge, you must make them restless." Mournful voices kept echoing in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes kept flowing tears of blood. The scene of watching his family being killed once again appeared in front of his eyes. Those people seemed to have become his parents, Ling Zhan, Meng Shiyun, his women, Yun Mengqi, Feng Xianyun, Kai Xiayue, Ji Beixin. That kind of heart-wrenching feeling made him want to die. Suddenly, a burst of power rushed toward Ling Xiao's godly soul. This power seemed to have something in common with Ling Xiao's godly soul. The moment it came into contact with his godly soul, it immediately assimilated. Originally, Ling Xiao's godly soul was only at the mid-level high-level godly king stage. However, after obtaining this power, the strength of Ling Xiao's godly soul clone instantly soared. After a while, it reached the peak-level godly king stage in one fell swoop, and there seemed to be signs of improvement. At the same time, another burst of godly soul clone rushed toward Ling Xiao's Dantian. After the five-colored Dantian received this power, the overflowing power rushed toward the divine bridge. The godly soul clone immediately responded, and the two powers started to converge and fuse on the divine bridge. Bits of five-colored godly power started to condense on the divine bridge. Ling Xiao's strength also started to rise along with the increase of the godly power. First, he reached the peak of the early-level mid-level godly king stage. Immediately after, he broke through to the mid-level godly king stage. His strength continued to rise. Chapter 1285. Chaotic Burial Space was one of the 8 forbidden lands. Once you entered, you would have a slim chance of survival. However, only a few King God Realm or incipient God Realm experts could come out alive. Today, in a space with many ancient coffins in the chaotic burial space, two people were still alive. They were Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao, who had been rescued by Ling Xiao. Since they had woken up, they had stayed here for more than a year. No one had left, but the two of them had never talked to each other. Every time Evil Emperor was bored, he wanted to chat with Lu Piapiao to relieve his boredom. However, he always met a cold rebuff. Evil Emperor couldn't help but laugh at himself. It seems that I am really old. Even a woman doesn't want to talk to me. Evil Emperor couldn't communicate with Lu Piapiao many times, but he didn't ask for trouble. He always had free time to see if there were any movements in the ancient coffins. However, more than a year had passed. Those Inba, gods' corpses, and demons had returned to the ancient coffins. There was no more movement. He couldn't help but worry if Ling Xiao would become a demon king corpse. At that time, even if a supreme expert came, he wouldn't be able to save his life. However, with his current strength, he couldn't do anything. The other party was just a god's corpses, and they could kill him without a burial place. He could only pray that things weren't that bad. He didn't have much hope, but today, there was finally some movement. Roars came from the ancient coffins. Inba, gods' corpses, demons, and half-corpses all walked out of the ancient coffins. They cried out in fear and knelt down towards the wooden coffin in the center. Above the wooden coffin in the center, rays of strange light burst forth and instantly filled the sky, illuminating this part of the world. Then, a figure rushed out of the wooden coffin. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. It was as if a golden dragon had soared into the sky in an instant, appearing incomparably mighty and noble. Congratulations on the reappearance of the God Lord. Congratulations on the reappearance of the God Lord. Voices reverberated in the world. Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao instantly soared up into the sky and looked at the direction of the ancient coffin. Their eyes were full of fear. It's Xiao, he's finally out. The Evil Emperor exclaimed excitedly. Lu Piapiao also revealed a faint smile, but it disappeared in a flash. At the same time, her beautiful eyes flashed with some inexplicable complexity. Ling Xiao, who was high up in the sky, was like a supreme being descending to the mortal world. His terrifying aura continued to spread, and the dragon phoenix divine hoop on his forehead was incomparably demonic, giving him a strange and evil feeling. He was originally a handsome man, and now that he was wearing such a flashy divine hoop, it immediately made him look even more sinister and awe-inspiring. He was afraid that it was enough to instantly kill any woman. However, there was a strong evil aura on his body, and the strong killing intent caused others to be terrified. His eyes flashed with a scarlet-red color from time to time, and he was simply like the reincarnation of a demon king. He slowly descended from the sky. In front of him, the half-corpses, gods' corpses, devils, and all the gods and demons knelt respectfully, not daring to move. Ling Xiao looked at the puppets in front of him that Han Feng had controlled for many years and couldn't help but feel emotional. With such a troop of puppets, he could absolutely establish an overlord force that could challenge the Dragon Gate. However, his competence was still limited, and he couldn't completely control all the puppets in front of him. Only when he truly stepped into the realm of a supreme martial artist, would he be able to command all the puppets here. He knew that Han Feng had prepared this for the Soul Clan. Most of the people who had entered the chaotic burial space, including incipient God Realm and King God Realm experts, were controlled here. When the Soul Clan reappeared in the Heaven territory, it would be the time for them to come out. He had to admit that Han Feng was a real monstrous genius. He had even paved the way for the future of the Soul Clan. All the spatial rings of these people were equivalent to the resources that the Soul Clan would need to cultivate in the future. The members of the Soul Clan didn't need to worry about cultivating resources anymore. Ling Xiao had become the master of these God Inba, God's corpse demon, and the half-zombies. He had received the last bit of power that Hun Feng had left. Hun Feng had disappeared completely from this space, and Ling Xiao had become the master of this forbidden land. Today, his competence had advanced by leaps and bounds. The little bit of power that Hun Feng had left had helped him break through one realm, reaching the high-level King God realm. His God soul had also reached the half-incipient God realm. The speed of his advancement was like a rocket. It was hard to believe. With his current competence, he could just get rid of the Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo. "Give me everything," Ling Xiao said gloomily. Right after that, a half-zombie with a hood turned around and flashed towards the ancient coffins. It flashed like the wind. After several blinks, it returned to Ling Xiao, handing all the spatial rings to Ling Xiao. These spatial rings belonged to the King God realm, half-incipient God realm, and incipient God realm experts. Looking at these spatial rings, Ling Xiao's evil aura was reduced. He became happy. He had completely assimilated the influence that Hun Feng had on him. He took a deep breath and collected all the spatial rings. Then, he waved his hand at them. "Return to your positions. You will see the sun soon. Thank you, God Lord, for your favor." The ones who could talk answered respectfully. Soon after, most of them obediently returned to the ancient coffin. Dozens of God's corpse demons were kept by Ling Xiao and he put them into the divine cauldron. These God's corpse demons were at the peak of King God realm. 2 of them were even at the half-incipient God realm. Currently, Ling Xiao could control them. As for the God Yin Ba, they were too disgusting, so he didn't want to bring them. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want to bring them for himself. He wanted to keep them to protect the Soul Clan. In the future, he didn't have much time to stay with them and let them cultivate on their own. With these God's corpse demons guarding them, he believed that no one could harm them. One day, when he reached the Great Master Realm, he would bring all the puppets in the ancient coffins out to restore the prestige of the Soul Clan. Ling Xiao looked at Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao and found that they were still there. His body floated and appeared in front of them in just a blink of an eye. "Teacher, Miss Lu." Ling Xiao called Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao. He finally remembered where Lu Piapiao came from. It turned out that she was not only the most beautiful woman in the Sky Dragon region, but also a real Sanjin of Goguryeo. Moreover, her ranking was not low. With her unparalleled speed, she was actually ranked 98th. Lu Piapiao didn't belong to any force. She was the only disciple of Granny Feng, a famous rogue cultivator in the Sky Dragon region. It was said that Granny Feng had surpassed ordinary supremes tens of thousands of years ago and reached the middle level. In the Sky Dragon region, she was qualified to be on equal footing with any supremes. Everyone in the ancient coffins had a history. Some of them had even lived since ancient times. Those who hadn't completely fallen into the God's corpse demons were the people that Hun Feng thought would be left for Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao had good potential. Otherwise, they would have been controlled by Hun Feng and become God's corpse demons. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Hun Feng from the bottom of his heart. After all, Hun Feng had been dead for millions of years. However, his remaining resentment and power were able to control so many supreme experts and supremes. He had an unfathomable divine power. One could imagine how domineering he was in the past. Although Ling Xiao admired Hun Feng, he definitely wouldn't be the second Hun Feng. He wanted to do better than Hun Feng. He had to surpass him. This was Ling Xiao's goal in the future. Evil Emperor looked at Ling Xiao with a slightly excited expression and said, "Xiao. Xiao, are you alright?" He didn't dare to confirm if Ling Xiao was really alright. Why did he feel that there was a vague hostility on Ling Xiao's body? Moreover, the divine hoop that Ling Xiao was wearing made him, a peak divine king, feel a lot of pressure. "Master, don't worry. I'm fine. Now we can leave the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He knew what his master was worried about. However, he was really fine now. Moreover, he had obtained a great opportunity. However, this great opportunity still had to bear a heavy responsibility. It really didn't make him feel relaxed. Evil Emperor looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. Then, his pupils shrank and he exclaimed, Xiao. Xiao, your strength. Lu Piapiao also noticed Ling Xiao's situation. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a bit of envy. Ling Xiao also knew that he couldn't hide it from them. He immediately nodded and said, I obtained a small opportunity. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. If others heard this, they would immediately scold, damn it. This is called a small opportunity. There is no greater opportunity in this world. Evil Emperor was happy for Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. He said, good, good. I was worried that you would become the corpse demon emperor. However, I was worried too much. However, you still have to pay more attention in the future. It's better not to tell others about this. Evil Emperor's words were to remind Ling Xiao not to be too ostentatious. It would attract others to covet the opportunity he obtained. Of course, Ling Xiao knew. Ever since he obtained the inheritance of Soul Wind, he knew that there were many supreme masters in the heaven realm. However, they rarely showed themselves. Once their bottom line was touched and they were angered, they would appear in front of the world. Well, I will pay attention. Let's go now. It's time to go out. Otherwise, Master's wife and the others will go crazy. Ling Xiao said. Follow me. We will go in another direction. I estimate that we will definitely be able to get out within 3 years. Lu Piapiao interrupted. Then, she began to lead the way in front. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would say, no need, I have a faster way. After saying that, he began to sweep the ancient coffins with his divine sense. Then, he said faintly, open the space gate for me. Swoosh. Chapter 1286. When Ling Xiao, the evil emperor, and Lu Piapiao came to the burial area and saw these ancient coffins, they all realized that these ancient coffins seemed to be arranged according to some kind of orbit. It seemed that there was some kind of mysterious energy law inside. Now it seemed that their guess was right. In fact, every ancient coffin here contained a kind of great power. It was also the eye of a complicated formation. When Ling Xiao received the inheritance of Soul Wind, he knew the real meaning of the ancient coffins arrangement. It turned out that the position of the ancient coffins was an ancient formation of a space gate. Only those who had reached the strength of a supreme master or above could make a powerful transmission gate. All the ancient coffins burst out with dazzling light and began to gather in this space. When these forces began to gather, a dazzling domain gate slowly formed, and waves of spatial fluctuations constantly swayed. Ling Xiao shouted at the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao, hurry up and follow me. After saying that, Ling Xiao took the lead and shot in the direction of the space gate. The evil emperor and Lu Piapiao did not dare to be slow and immediately followed him. Outside the disorderly burial space, the constantly flashing space power all year round always made people feel abnormally terrified. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, basically no one dared to go near it to avoid being sucked into the disorderly burial space. But today, the energy at the entrance of the disorderly burial space became even more violent. Thunder and lightning flashed, and there were bursts of violent storms. The distorted space power was even more terrifying than before. Suddenly, at the entrance of the disorderly burial space, a dazzling strong light rushed out. The violent power seemed to stop in an instant. 3 figures flew out from the entrance of the disorderly burial space along with the strong light. I, the evil emperor, can finally see the light of day again. The evil emperor looked up to the sky and roared. After being trapped for more than 100 years, he was almost bored out of his wits. He could not help but feel sullen in his heart. Lu Piapiao, who had always been serious, could not help but smile. Her delicate nose twitched a few times as she breathed in the fresh air. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, didn't look excited at all. He sighed in his heart, as if he had just returned from hell. It was like a dream. Master, let's go find Master's wife and the others. I'm afraid they'll think that something has happened to us. Ling Xiao said impatiently. Although he said that he missed his teacher's wife, in reality, he wanted to go back and see Yunmingqi, Eurofei, and the others. Now that something had happened to him, they must be worried sick. Alright, let's go see them now. The evil emperor nodded. When Ling Xiao and the evil emperor were about to leave, Lu Piapiao was at a loss and did not know where to go. Although she was Granny Win's disciple, she had not been in contact with her master for a long time. Her master had always been homeless. She had been missing for so many years, and her master was probably trying to find her. Sister, since you are alone, why don't you go with us? We can take care of each other. Ling Xiao paused and invited Lu Piapiao. He could feel Lu Piapiao's emotions. Perhaps she was still not used to the situation outside and did not know what to do. He said this just to give Lu Piapiao a way out. Otherwise, she would never have said that she was willing to go with them. The evil emperor did not think so. He had been with Lu Piapiao for more than a year. From time to time, he went to greet Lu Piapiao and wanted to chat with her to kill time. However, Lu Piapiao had never given him a good look, nor did she respond to him. He did not think that Ling Xiao could persuade Lu Piapiao to go with them. However, who knew that Lu Piapiao nodded and said, "Then I'll go with you for a while." The evil emperor was depressed when he heard this. He, the flirtatious evil emperor, had talked so much with a naughty girl, but she did not say a word. However, when Ling Xiao called her sister, she accepted it calmly. Am I really old? The evil emperor had to doubt his own situation. In the past, he could hook his finger and a woman would run over, but now, he couldn't even handle a woman. However, he was only thinking about it in his heart. He wouldn't argue with his own disciple. He was just a little unhappy in his heart. However, when he thought about it, didn't this naughty girl fall into the hands of his disciple? As a master, he also gained face. Ling Xiao did not know that his master, the evil emperor, was thinking so complicated. In fact, he really did not have the mood to pick up girls right now. After returning to the Cloud Ridge city, Ling Xiao felt that Feng Qingyuan, Xu Ziqian and the others might be waiting here. Unfortunately, he didn't see anyone when he arrived. Ling Xiao thought for a while, then made another trip to the Cloud Ridge sect. The Cloud Ridge sect must be the local tyrant here, they might have news of them. Unfortunately, after Ling Xiao asked Yun Mengtian, he found out that after Ling Xiao had met them once 12 years ago, he had not seen any news of Feng Qingyuan, Xu Ziqian and the others. He had thought that Ling Xiao had already taken them away from the hands of the Xu family and the people from the sword-washing manor. The evil emperor's expression clearly became worried as he muttered, could it be that they were really brought back to the Xu family? Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, "No, I think they have already returned to the Dragon Gate." Back then, Ling Xiao had brought Ling Gang and the others with him. Although those people who tried to assassinate him were powerful, they were still far from being able to compare to Ling Gang and the others. Of course, what he was most afraid of was that they would enter the chaotic burial space without knowing their limits. That would be troublesome. After all, not just anyone would be able to pass through the berserk area. He could only pray that they didn't do such a foolish thing. Ling Xiao brought the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao back to the Dragon Gate at full speed. Dragon Gate was, as always, the #1 power in the Sky Dragon region. However, This number one power had been plagued by internal strife for the past 100 years. The conflicts between the factions were extremely serious. Fortunately, more than 10 years ago, a monster like Ling Xiao had appeared in the Kim people's faction. In one fell swoop, he had trampled all the young divine kings of the Divine Body sect under his feet. He had even defeated the great divine medicine master. The Kim people's faction also benefited from Ling Xiao's efforts and began to gain the upper hand. They obtained the support of the middle faction and the old divine medicine master Zheng Can, causing their position to become more and more stable. However, after Ling Xiao disappeared, there were many rumors that Ling Xiao had accidentally entered the chaotic burial space and had died accidentally. There were also people who said that Ling Xiao had offended the sword-washing manor and was killed by the people of the sword-washing manor. In short, these rumors were spread in a systematic manner, causing the sect to be suspicious of the whereabouts of this new monster. After all, at their level, it was nothing for them to cultivate in seclusion for more than 10 years. There were also many people who went out to cultivate for hundreds of years and did not return. However, the rumors were spread so widely that everyone wanted to know whether Ling Xiao was dead or alive. It was as if Ling Xiao had become the stabilizing force of the Dragon Gate. His life and death was related to the dynamics of the sect. Although Ling Chen had already announced that Ling Xiao was just out traveling and nothing had happened to him, there were still some people who didn't believe that Ling Chen was intentionally causing trouble. Later, this matter slowly calmed down. However, the Divine Body sect gained some upper hand and took the opportunity to rope in many helpers. If it were not for the fact that the Kim people could not withstand the pressure and sent many masters from their clan to hold the fort, the Divine Body sect would have wanted to remove Ling Chen from the position of the sect master. Of course, if the Kim people were determined to suppress the people of the Divine Body sect, they could also do it. However, even if they managed to do it, it would only greatly reduce the strength of the Dragon Gate. Therefore, they had been holding back, hoping that the young man could solve the problem himself. Unfortunately, as the sect master, Ling Chen was still a little lacking. If the matter between the two factions was not resolved, the situation of internal strife would not be changed. In the end, it would only lead to the disintegration of the Dragon Gate. On the mountain peak that Ling Xiao was bestowed, there were many people who stayed on the mountain peak to cultivate and live. Among them were Ling Gang, a few direct descendants of the Kim people, Kong Wen, Kong Wu, and others. With them in charge, no one would dare to provoke the people on the mountain peak. However, today, there were people who came here very arrogantly to challenge them. There were quite a lot of people in this group, and one of them was led by an old man. This old man had the cheeks of a monkey, and his eyes were as thin as a mouse's. He looked very sneaky and ugly. However, this kind of old man was really lucky enough to become a divine alchemist. This new divine alchemist was called Gong Sun Yang, and he was a fellow disciple of Gong Tanzhan. Gong Tanzhan had been a divine alchemist for many years, but he had always been stuck at the Great Saint Master realm. Recently, he had run into some kind of good luck, and he actually happened to refine a healing pill. Even though he had lost countless materials for this pill, he was already ecstatic to be able to take this step. Therefore, he couldn't wait to send an application to the sect so that they could reward him. Although Ling Chen knew that Gong Tanzhan and Gong Sun Yang were both inclined to the Divine Body sect, he did not deliberately make things difficult for Gong Sun Yang. He held a grand ceremony for him and gave him an independent mountain peak. It was just that this new divine alchemist was not interested in ordinary mountains. He was instigated by others to have designs on Ling Xiao's mountain peak. He wanted to pay a visit to the peak lord, divine alchemist Ling, and see if he could let him use the mountain peak. His idea was undoubtedly to provoke Ling Xiao's authority and slap Ling Xiao's face. Normally, he would not have the guts to do so. After all, although divine alchemist Ling was young, he had defeated his senior, Gong Tanzhan, and Zheng Can, two top divine alchemists. But now, he was not afraid. After all, he had already received the news that divine alchemist Ling was already dead and would not be in the mountain peak. Ling Gang and the others had also left to take care of some matters. There were not many people on the mountain peak who could control the situation. Therefore, he chose to make a move on the people on the mountain today. He planned to take over the mountain peak, and the others would not dare to go against him. Chapter 1287. There were many god kings on Ling Xiao's mountain, but most of them chose to go into seclusion because Ling Xiao wasn't here. Gong Sun Yang brought a dozen people to the Peak Lord's palace. Only Chang Haoyou was waiting for them inside. I didn't know divine teacher Gong Sun was here, please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Chang Haoyou cupped his hands at Gong Sun Yang. Gong Sun Yang had an arrogant look on his face. He glanced at Chang Haoyou with his rat eyes and said, "May I know where divine teacher Ling is?" "I, Gong Sun Yang, have come to pay a visit." Chang Haoyou thought that Gong Sun Yang was really here to visit Ling Xiao. After all, he was just a new divine alchemist. It was necessary for him to show respect to Ling Xiao. Who didn't know that Ling Xiao was the real chief divine alchemist? However, everyone in the sect knew that Ling Xiao had been away for a long time. But this Gong Sun Yang still came to visit. What was the meaning of this? Chang Haoyou replied, "My peak lord has returned from his travels." Divine teacher Gong Sun. Should I tell him that you're here when my peak lord returns? Nonsense. Does divine teacher Ling think that my peak lord isn't worth seeing? We heard that divine teacher Ling is always on the mountain. A god king behind Gong Sun Yang stood up and rebuked. Chang Haoyou frowned, "Please watch your words. Whether my peak lord is on the mountain or not is none of your business. I already said that my peak lord isn't here. If there's anything, you can tell me. I'll report to you when he comes back. If you're here to cause trouble, you'd better watch yourself." When he saw this group of people coming in aggressively, he knew that they didn't have good intentions. He Gong, an elder of the Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo, was actually standing guard here. He knew that these people were probably here to cause trouble. How impressive. He Gong stood up and shouted coldly. Then he said, "Call Ling Gang out, I have something to say to him." He Gong clearly knew that Ling Gang wasn't here. Otherwise, if Ling Gang was here, he wouldn't have dared to come. In terms of strength, he was about the same as Ling Gang. However, if they were to go all out, he definitely wouldn't be Ling Gang's match. Elder Ling Gang has gone out to handle some matters. If Elder He Gong has anything to say, you can tell me. Although Chang Haoyou's seniority was lower than He Gong's, as the steward of this peak, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of him. The reason why he continued to stay here was that he firmly believed that Ling Xiao would definitely return to Dragon Gate, because he knew that Ling Xiao was not dead. "Who do you think you are?" He Gong said disdainfully. Then he continued, "Since there's no one here who can make decisions, then I announce that this peak has been bestowed to Divine Master Gong Sun. You can choose another peak." Chang Haoyou's expression instantly became unsightly. They actually dared to brazenly fight over the peak they had already reserved. This was clearly intolerable bullying. "Elder He Gong, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." Chang Haoyou frowned. But before he could finish, Gong Sun Yang interrupted him, "There's nothing inappropriate about this. The environment here is especially suitable for me to refine pills. I believe that if Divine Master Ling was here, he would also give way to this old man." Gong Sun Yang's words were polite, but there was a hint of sarcasm in them that made people feel disgusted. Just as Chang Haoyou was about to say something, Yunmengqi, Yuro Fei, Kong Wan, and the Kong Wu brothers walked out. Yunmengqi had already reached the peak of low-level Divine King, and it wouldn't be long before she advanced another step. Her perfect face carried an indifferent air, giving people a feeling that they didn't dare to act rashly. Yuro Fei's expression was also unsightly. Her strength couldn't compare to Yunmengqi's, but it had also greatly improved. These two women each had their own charm, and they immediately attracted the attention of Gongsun Yang and the others. Do you have the sect master's password? This peak has already been bestowed to my husband by the sect master. If you don't have the sect master's password, scram immediately. Yunmengqi frowned at Gongsun Yang and the others. She was Ling Zhao's wife, and this identity had already been recognized by Ling Chen and the others. She could also be considered a member of Dragon Gate, and since Ling Zhao wasn't here, she was naturally the mistress of this peak, so there was nothing wrong with her words. Girl, you're really arrogant. Do you know who we are? Gongsun Yang glanced at Yunmengqi, and a hint of greed flashed in his old eyes. In his heart, he thought, what a beautiful woman. I don't need to know who you are. In any case, this place doesn't welcome you. Yunmengqi's attitude was unyielding. She had stayed in Dragon Gate for many years, so she naturally understood many things about Dragon Gate's internal strife. Needless to say, these people in front of her definitely wanted to take advantage of her husband's absence to attack Kim People's faction. Once they backed down, not only would they lose face, even Kim People's face would be tarnished. You really don't know what you're talking about. Right now, as an elder, I'm ordering all of you to move out. There are so many peaks here, you can choose any one. This one will be left for Divine Master Gongsun to concoct pills. He Gong spoke again. At this moment, Kongwen also spoke up, there are rules in everything. Elder He Gong, Divine Master Gongsun, you're going too far. We'll go to the sect master to reason things out. If the sect master wants us to back down, we won't say anything. If you want to forcefully take our Divine Master Ling's peak, then we're sorry. We swear to protect our Divine Master Ling's dignity with our lives. That's right, whoever wants to take our peak lord's peak will have to step over my dead body first. Kong Wu also spoke up. He Gong didn't think that his name would be so useless. He actually couldn't bully these people. He originally thought that Ling Zhao's death would cause the people on Ling Zhao's peak to lose their morale. It seemed like his estimation was a bit off. Are you really going to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit? I only want to exchange peaks with you. How dare you look down on Elder He? How disrespectful. Gongsun Yang shouted angrily. Cut the crap and leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for reporting this to the sect master and letting him decide. Kong Wen said. Bastard. He Gong's position in the sect wasn't low, but he was actually threatened by two people who were arranged to be guardian elders. If this news spread, it would be disastrous. He roared angrily, and the aura of a peak god king instantly burst forth, pressing down on Kong Wen. Kong Wen only felt a majestic force attacking him, and he was forced to take a few steps back. Just as he was about to hit the tea table, Kong Wu reacted quickly and pulled Kong Wen back. You're going too far. Kong Wu saw that his elder brother was being bullied and immediately shouted. He took out his divine weapon and looked like he was going to fight with He Gong. What? You also dare to challenge this elder? He Gong said coldly. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Kong Wu. One of his palms was already firmly clasped on Kong Wu's neck. Kong Wu didn't expect He Gong to act so quickly. He couldn't breathe because of the pressure on his neck. If he really dared to act against He Gong, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to live past today. Elder He Gong, don't. Kong Wen thought that He Gong wanted to kill his younger brother and immediately shouted. Everyone present was incomparably nervous. Yunmengqi and the others also didn't expect that He Gong would act so suddenly. It seemed like they were determined to occupy this peak today. He Gong coldly snorted and heavily threw Kong Wu away. You guys dare to yell at this elder? You're really tired of living. Elder He Gong, you're so mighty. We will definitely report this matter to the sect leader. Chang Haoyou said angrily. Is that so? Even your master has to respect me. You little thing, what do you think you are? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. He Gong coldly said. Then his figure flashed again. Slap. Chang Haoyou only felt pain on his face. He couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body immediately fell to the side. Chang Haoyou's face actually caved in from the slap. A lot of blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. It could be seen that this slap from He Gong was really serious. Someone come. There's an enemy attack. Yun Mengqi couldn't help but shout. Then, a divine sword appeared in her hand. She mercilessly stabbed towards He Gong. Yun Mengqi knew that it wouldn't be easy to end this matter. Even if she had to throw caution to the wind, she couldn't let these people succeed. Humph, with this kind of strength, you still have the nerve to show off in front of this old man. He Gong said in an extremely disdainful tone. He casually waved his hand and a divine light flickered, forcing Yun Mengqi to retreat and injuring her. Yuro Fei didn't mind. She took out a static mirror and shone it at the scene. These static mirrors basically couldn't deal with experts above the Divine King realm, let alone an existence like He Gong. He Gong pointed in Yuro Fei's direction. A ray of energy streaked across and destroyed the static mirror. Pooh! Yuro Fei's shoulder was pierced by that finger. She frantically retreated as blood seeped out of her wound. Kong Wen and Kong Wu gritted their teeth. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack He Gong at the same time. However, before they could reach He Gong, two other people flashed out and blocked their path. He Gong swept his gaze over everyone present and coldly said, "Today, you have to give way even if you don't want to. Ling Xiao is already dead, so this mountain will naturally be taken back by the sect. Now, elder son Gongsun will take over. Is there anyone else who disagrees? Today, if it wasn't for the sect leader's words, we definitely won't give way." Yun Mengqi shouted. A divine pagoda appeared in her hand and she immediately sent it flying. The divine pagoda instantly became huge, almost breaking through the palace hall. Then, it flew towards Elder He Gong. He Gong's old eyes flashed with astonishment. What a divine object! A divine sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at the divine pagoda, causing it to fly away. It wasn't that the divine pagoda was inferior to He Gong's divine sword. Rather, Yun Mengqi's strength was 2 levels lower than He Gong's. If you don't leave, I'll throw you all out one by one. He Gongfa fiercely spat. He rushed towards Yun Mengqi, wanting to grab her and throw her out of the way. Just as he was about to grab her, an extremely fast silhouette rushed over. "Get your filthy hands off me!" A dragon-like roar sounded out. Chapter 1288. Everyone was so shocked by the sound that their eardrums were about to burst. Before He Gong and the others entered the hall, they had already ordered a few divine kings to guard outside. However, now that someone had suddenly broken in, they did not notice it in advance. This person's speed and strength were simply not to be underestimated. Just as He Gong was about to grab Yun Mengqi, the sound wave caused him to pause for a moment. Just as he was about to continue forward, he felt an attack coming from behind him that caused him to feel dread. He Gong had to give up on Yun Mengqi and quickly turned to hide. He thought to himself, could it be that Ling Gang is back? However, when he turned around and saw the person, his expression immediately became extremely ugly. He would rather see Ling Gang come back than see this person. Because they all thought that this person was dead, but he was actually not dead, and his strength had become even more terrifying. This is troublesome. He Gong secretly shouted in his heart. Wasn't the person who came back Ling Xiao? After he came out of the chaotic burial space, he found that Yun Mengqi and the others did not stay in the Yun Gang sect's territory to wait for them. He hurried back to Dragon Gate with the evil emperor and Lu Piao. However, he did not expect that as soon as he returned to his own peak, something like this would happen, which made him extremely angry. Mengqi, are you okay? Ling Xiao helped Yun Mengqi up and asked. Yun Mengqi stared at Ling Xiao, who had suddenly returned. She was not prepared at all. She instantly threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and cried, I thought I would never see you again. In this hall, the people who belonged to Ling Xiao's camp saw this scene and were all excited. I knew that the Peak Lord would not die so easily. Kong Wu said proudly in his heart. Yuro Fei walked over and said softly with tears streaming down her face, I'm not dreaming, am I? Ling Xiao carried Yun Mengqi, then turned to Yuro Fei and said, it's not a dream. I'm back. You guys watch from the side. Whoever touched you today will pay the price. Then, he glanced at the injured Chong Haoyou and frowned. He then asked Kong Wen, what's going on? Kong Wen did not hesitate and immediately told Ling Xiao what had happened. Peak Lord, I think we must let the sect leader know about this matter and let the sect leader punish them. Kong Wu suggested from the side. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, this kind of small matter, this Peak Lord can take care of it. There is no need to trouble the sect leader. Then, his gaze swept across He Gong and Gong Sun Yang. He Gong felt a little nervous when he saw Ling Xiao's sharp gaze, but he could still endure it. However, Gong Sun Yang was not as strong. He had long heard of Ling Xiao's strength, but Ling Xiao's domineering expression made him take 2 steps back in fright. The god kings behind him also shivered. You want my mountain? Ling Xiao asked He Gong calmly. He Gong retracted his stern expression and smiled, since Divine Master Ling is back, then this matter is easy to discuss. He paused for a moment and said, this is Elder Gong Sun Yang, a new godly alchemist of our sect. He was given a mountain by the sect leader. Coincidentally, I accompanied Divine Master Gong Sun here to choose a mountain, but I found that Divine Master Ling's mountain is to Divine Master Gongsun's liking, so I came to ask Divine Master Ling if this mountain can be given to Divine Master Gongsun. He will definitely reward you handsomely. Ling Xiao was a popular person in Kim people's faction, so He Gong could not teach Ling Xiao a lesson like how he bullied others. He cursed in his heart, didn't the people from Shadow say that this kid was sent to the chaotic burial space? How could he come out? Moreover, his strength has improved so much. Could it be that he is really a roadblock for our sect? Gong Sun Yang recovered from his loss of composure and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Greetings, Divine Master Ling. I am Gong Sun Yang. Just now, what Elder He Gong said was exactly what I thought. I don't know if Divine Master Ling would be willing to part with your treasure. Let's exchange. However much compensation you want, we will give you. He had seen Ling Xiao before, and the scene of Ling Xiao suppressing several godly alchemists was still vivid in his mind. He didn't have the guts to challenge Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Elder He Gong saying that Ling Xiao was already dead, how could he appear here? What a trap! With the relationship between Ling Xiao and godly alchemist Zheng Can, as a new godly alchemist, he would not have a good time in the future. Fortunately, his senior brother's position in the sect was not low. Moreover, they had already chosen to form an alliance with He Gong's group. Sooner or later, they would have to stand on the opposite side of Ling Xiao's group. Therefore, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree to He Gong's words. Huh! Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. That laughter was filled with unparalleled arrogance, causing everyone to tremble. Funny, really funny. Elder He Gong, why don't you give your peak to me, and I will give you enough compensation. Ling Xiao laughed coldly at He Gong. He Gong frowned, Divine Master Ling, we came with sincerity. Please don't take it as a joke. Pfft, I, the Peak Lord, am not joking with you. As long as you are willing to give your peak to me, I will give it to you. But I don't think you will give it to me, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. How dare you bully me when I'm not around? He Gong has a rule in the inner sect that we are not allowed to kill each other. Today, you hurt my people, so you have broken the rules. Now, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the sect master. Ling Xiao didn't want He Gong to say anything else. After a shout, he attacked He Gong. Now that he was a high-level godly king, he was not any weaker than a peak godly king. He was not afraid of He Gong at all. However, in order to intimidate these people, Ling Xiao couldn't really fight with He Gong. When he attacked, his soul power rushed out and attacked He Gong's sea of consciousness. Of course, he had a sense of propriety. He wouldn't really turn He Gong into an idiot. As one of the Senjin of Goguryeo, He Gong's techniques were not weak. However, it was difficult for him to defend against Ling Xiao's formless soul power. Moreover, his attention was always on Ling Xiao. He didn't know that Ling Xiao had such a strange power. He couldn't defend against it even if he wanted to. Ah! He Gong screamed at the same time as Ling Xiao attacked him. Slap! Ling Xiao slapped He Gong, flying out with a vicious slap. After He Gong's figure flipped several times in midair, his entire person directly fell out of the door, vomiting several mouthfuls of fresh blood wildly. After he landed on the ground, looking at his aged face again, it was actually the same as Chang Haoyou's from before. More than half of it was sunken in, ugly to the extreme. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that He Gong, this Senjin of Goguryeo, was actually not a match for Ling Xiao. What in the world was going on? Could it be that Ling Xiao already had the power of an even more powerful Senjin of Goguryeo? But over a decade ago, Ling Xiao was only a low-level godly king. This was something that everyone in the sect was clear about. In these short decades, being able to break through to mid-level godly king was already a great gift, and wanting to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Senjin of Goguryeo was undoubtedly a lunatic's ravings. But the truth was placed in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. After Ling Xiao slapped He Gong, he did not intend to let it go just like that. This time, He Gong provoked him, and at this time, he took the opportunity to give them a taste of his strength. Otherwise, they would really think that the Dragon Gate belonged to their divine body faction. Ling Xiao arrived in front of He Gong, raised his foot, and ruthlessly stomped on He Gong's calf. Crack! A crisp and ear-piercing sound rang out, causing everyone's hair to stand on end when they heard it. He Gong let out a blood-curdling scream. The pain of a broken godly bone was unbearable. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Kill me if you can, or you're dead. How dare you go against your superior?" He Gong wanted to die. He, the great Senjin of Goguryeo, was actually being bullied by a junior. He had lost all his face. However, he wanted to retaliate, but his opponent's powerful aura made it hard for him to breathe, and he felt extremely aggrieved. Pfft! Who do you think you are? Senior Elder of Senjin of Goguryeo? I, the Peak Lord, am a godly apothecary, and also a senior elder. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Even if Fang Bu were here today, I would still beat him up. Ling Xiao scolded disdainfully. Then, he sent another kick at He Gong and shouted, "How dare you hit my woman? Why don't you take a good look at who you are?" Scram! He Gong was sent flying off the peak by Ling Xiao's kick. It was truly shocking. The god kings who had come with He Gong were all ashen. Their faces were extremely ugly. All of them wanted to flee, but the god kings who had already hurried over from the mountain had already encircled the area. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Gong Sun Yang. Gong Sun Yang only felt two lightning-like rays of light bombarding him. Ah! He screamed and took a few steps back before falling to the ground. His expression was one of extreme panic. What do you want? My senior is a godly apothecary, and I'm a new godly apothecary. Gong Sanyang stuttered. Looking at Ling Xiao's terrifying gaze, his legs went soft. He regretted listening to He Gong's provocation. But there was no medicine for regret. Ling Xiao arrived in front of Gong Sanyang and pulled him up. Without saying a word, he immediately wrapped his palms around Gong Sanyang's face. Slap slap. Gong Sanyang was instantly slapped by Ling Xiao more than 10 times. Even a few of his front teeth flew out. He screamed in pain. Do you still want to occupy this peak of mine? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. No. I don't want to. It's He Gong who forced me to come. It's none of my business. Gong Sanyang was a coward. Although he had the strength of a mid-level godly king, he couldn't muster any will to resist in front of Ling Xiao. Based on your cowardly appearance, I know you don't have the guts. Go back obediently and tell your senior that I will pay him a visit sooner or later. Ling Xiao shouted as he sent Gong Sanyang flying with a kick. Chapter 1289. None of the deity kings that accompanied Gong Sanyang and He Gong could walk out of the mountain in one piece. Every one of them was beaten up by Ling Xiao before they could leave in a sorry state. Even He Gong, the Senjin of Goguryeo, was sent flying. How could these small shrimps dare to resist? After taking care of these people, Ling Xiao's lone peak finally calmed down. Ling Xiao sat on the main seat and regained the dignity of a peak lord. Currently, everyone on the mountain peak had already gathered together. Their peak lord had returned. All the rumors were gone. Moreover, after seeing their peak lord's divine might, it really boosted their morale. They had long heard that their peak lord had died. This made them feel uneasy all these years. If that was really the case, then their choice to follow Ling Xiao would have been for nothing. Fortunately, everything was in the past now. Not only did their peak lord not die, his strength had also improved greatly. This made them even more respected in the sect in the future. Mengqi, Ro Fei, this is my master, Evil Emperor. Quickly come and greet him. Ling Xiao pointed at Evil Emperor and said. When Ling Xiao returned, he had already brought Evil Emperor and Lu Piao along. They were outside the hall just now. Greetings, senior. The two girls looked at Evil Emperor in surprise and immediately went forward to greet him. The Evil Emperor had long since seen Yun Mengqi and Yu Ro Fei. In his heart, he couldn't help but praise his disciple's judgment. Indeed, she had half of his demeanor. But wasn't 2 wives a little too little? Alright, you may dispense with the formalities. Master will give you a greeting gift later. Evil Emperor laughed. Master's wife should be on the peak. Call them out to see Master. Ling Xiao said to the 2 girls. The 2 girls did not dare to hesitate. They knew that this was not the time to confess their feelings. They immediately went to the backyard to invite Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian out. Both of them had shed countless tears over the years, especially Xu Ziqian, who blamed herself so much that she was about to go crazy. If she had not found out that Ling Xiao and the Evil Emperor had both fallen into the chaotic burial space and survived, she would have committed suicide at the first moment to apologize. When Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian saw the Evil Emperor again, both of them burst into tears. Big brother Evil Emperor, you're finally out. You're finally out. The 2 maids fell into the embrace of the Evil Emperor and cried non-stop. Yun Mengqi and Yu Ro Fei's eyes became moist. They could feel the longing and worry that Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian had felt all these years. They also wanted to jump into Ling Xiao's arms, but with so many people around, they had to consider Ling Xiao's authority as the peak lord. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and got someone to bring the Evil Emperor, Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian back to the backyard to talk about the joy of their reunion. Who knew that Xu Ziqian would actually walk in front of Ling Xiao and bow to Ling Xiao, Mistress Ling Xiao, I've let you down. If she hadn't sought death back then, she wouldn't have lured Ling Xiao to the vicinity of the chaotic burial space and caused him to be harmed. All these years, she had been living in guilt. If it wasn't for the few girls constantly persuading her, she would have really collapsed. Ling Xiao quickly helped Xu Ziqian up and said, "Mistress is too serious, aren't we back safe and sound now? Go and reminisce with Master first, we can talk about anything else later." Feng Qingyuan also laughed from the side, "That's right, Ziqian, let's go back first, Xiao, won't blame you." "That's right, you're all my elders, how could I dare to blame you? Wouldn't Master want to teach me a lesson later?" Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Xu Ziqian glanced at Ling Xiao gratefully, then returned to the backyard with the evil emperor and Feng Qingyuan. Ling Xiao looked around at the crowd, then asked Yunmengqi, "Where's old Yi?" He couldn't help but be puzzled when he realized that Xian Yi wasn't here. He said 5 years ago that he wanted to go out for a walk, but he still hasn't returned. Yunmengqi replied. After Ling Xiao heard this, he understood what was going on. Presumably, Xian Yi planned to think of a way to return to his original place of exile and bring his clansmen to the heaven realm, or perhaps return to the barbarian race. Xian Yi had told him about this a long time ago. However, he guessed that Xian Yi would first make a trip to the Heavenly Sparrow region, and go to the barbarian race to find the strict elders who had been banished. No matter what choice he made, Ling Xiao would still support him in his heart. Immediately after, he asked Yunmengqi and Yuro Fei to talk about what had happened in the past 10 years. The two girls spent most of their time in closed-door cultivation, so they didn't know much. In the end, it was the two brothers, Chang Haoyou, Kong Wen and Kong Wu, who told him more about the situation. When he heard rumors that he had been sent to the chaotic burial space, Ling Xiao felt that what had happened to him must have something to do with the people of Dragon Gate. And the people he had offended in the sect were He Shan and Fang Bu. Other than their motive to harm him, Ling Xiao couldn't think of anyone else. It must be those two old farts. F***ck, if I had known earlier, would have crippled that old fart. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with thick killing intent as he murmured. Only a few people knew that Ling Xiao had been sucked into the chaotic burial space, and they were all his subordinates. He didn't believe that it was a traitor. After all, which divine king could join his peak? They were all approved by Ling Chen, and he had tested them before they were allowed to join. There was no doubt about their loyalty. Ling Xiao understood that the people of the Divine Body sect were getting more and more arrogant. Ling Chen, as the leader, was still a bit weak. If this continued, he was afraid that he would really have to change the leader in advance. It was a pity that Kim people didn't have many people who were good at management. He was afraid that even if it was someone else, they might not be able to control the people of the Divine Body sect. Moreover, the other party wouldn't agree to it. The leader position had always been occupied by Kim people. Ling Xiao originally didn't want to care about these things, but as a member of Kim people, he had to care. Moreover, Fang Bu, and He Gong had harmed him, so he had to take revenge. Thinking of this, a burst of laughter came from outside the hall. "Little brother Xiao, why didn't you send someone to inform me that you came back? Do you still not put me, the leader, in your eyes?" The people who came were the leader of Dragon Gate, Ling Chen, and Xiao Zhensai, who was following behind him. Ling Chen was the leader of Dragon Gate. For him to directly come to Ling Xiao's place like this was already condescending. However, he couldn't care so much. Now that Ling Xiao was back, he was relieved. Of course, he asked Ling Gang and the others to protect Ling Xiao, but in the end, something still happened. This caused him to be reprimanded by the big shots in his clan, causing him to be in a constant state of panic. In recent years, the Divine Body sect had become more and more arrogant, which made him even more busy. He couldn't help but miss the days when Ling Xiao was in charge of the sect. As long as Ling Xiao was in charge, the people of the Divine Body sect wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. "Greetings, leader." Ling Xiao and the others went up to Ling Chen and greeted him respectfully. The people on Ling Xiao Peak all felt proud. The leader of the sect personally came to visit their peak lord. This was an honor that not many people could receive. Ling Xiao was angry. Ling Chen was a dignified leader, so he must know everything that happened on his peak like the back of his hand. There was a fight just now, but Ling Chen actually didn't send anyone to stop it. If he didn't come back in time, his small hall would have been torn down, and his peak would have been occupied by others. No wonder they couldn't deal with the Divine Body sect. Ling Xiao sighed in disappointment at Ling Chen. Ling Chen also saw the ugly expression on Ling Xiao's face. He knew that Ling Xiao's visit today was somewhat belated, but he also had his own difficulties. Ling Xiao and the others welcomed Ling Chen and Xiao Xianxia into the hall for a chat. When Ling Chen realized that Ling Xiao's strength had jumped 2 levels and reached the high-level Godly King realm, he was immediately shocked. What kind of heaven-defying opportunity did this kid obtain? He actually advanced so quickly. Ling Chen exclaimed in his heart. Originally, Ling Xiao had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him in the tribe. However, after seeing Ling Xiao's advancement speed, when Ling Xiao returned to the tribe, he would definitely receive the support of all the elders in the tribe. The position of the future tribe leader would probably fall into Ling Xiao's hands. Thinking up to this point, Ling Chen felt that it was worth it to come directly to Ling Xiao today. After all, in his opinion, the higher one's position in the tribe, the more support he would receive from the tribe's elders. All these years you weren't around, many people were worried about you. Ling Chen looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, if I didn't come back in time, this small place of mine would have been taken by others." Ling Chen also heard the hidden meaning in Ling Xiao's words, and immediately shouted angrily, "Gong Sun Yang is too outrageous. When I return, I will immediately convene the Elders' Council and punish him severely." When Ling Chen only mentioned Gong Sun Yang and not He Gong, Ling Xiao was even more disappointed. If it was him, he would not even bother to convene the Elders' Council and directly send people to capture them and immediately let the disciplinary hall punish them severely. This way, he could achieve the purpose of intimidating others, and it could also show that his prestige as a sect leader was inviolable. After all, this matter was reasonable no matter what. And when Ling Chen submitted it to the Elders' Council, wasn't this clearly preparing to distort the truth? What's more, nearly half of the Elders' Council was the Divine Body faction's elders, and Kim People's faction did not necessarily have any advantage. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, "It seems that I still have to rely on myself to solve this matter. By the way, the shadow assassination group that tried to assassinate you more than 10 years ago has already been eliminated. We don't know who the person who hired you to kill you is, but we guess that it might be done by that side, but we just don't have any evidence," Ling Chen said with a serious expression. When Ling Xiao was killed, he was really quite angry, but unfortunately, in the end, he could not determine who hired the shadow assassination group to kill Ling Xiao. Although there were people who suspected it, he did not dare to be 100% sure. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "I will get to the bottom of this matter myself. Whoever wants my life, Ling Xiao's life, I will take his life." As he said that, Ling Xiao revealed an extremely sinister expression, and a thick aura of hostility rose up. Even Ling Chen could sense Ling Xiao's anger, but he felt that the current Ling Xiao seemed to be more confident and domineering compared to a decade ago. He sighed in his heart and said, "It seems that this kid is dissatisfied with me." Not long after, Ling Xiao sent Ling Chen and Xiao Xianxia away, only then did he have time to talk to his woman. Chapter 1290. Because Ling Xiao had been sucked into the chaotic burial space, Yun Mengqi and Yuro Fei both thought that it would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to come out again. They had already made preparations to go in and find Ling Xiao once their strength reached a higher level. Regardless of whether they lived or died, they would accept it. Their feelings for Ling Xiao were equally deep. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had returned, and they could finally laugh happily. At night, Ling Xiao pulled them into his room to chat. In truth, the three of them had spent a lot of time chatting together, but they didn't have much time to talk in the same room at night. The two women seemed to have thought of something and wanted to refuse, but after not seeing Ling Xiao for so long, they finally went into the room with Ling Xiao. Sure enough, Ling Xiao brought them in, and in addition to talking about their yearning for each other over the years, he also pulled them to sleep together. They had a wonderful spring night dream of a dragon playing with two phoenixes, causing others to be envious. Ling Xiao also told the two women about his experiences over the years on the bed, causing the two women to feel scared as they listened. Ling Xiao took out some top-grade divine objects from the spatial rings he had obtained and gave them to the two women, so that they could advance faster in the future and have more life-saving means. Of course, he had to leave most of these resources for the soul race, so he couldn't use them all. After all, this was a huge divine treasury that Han Feng had collected for countless years. That's right, why don't I see father-in-law? Ling Xiao asked Yuro Fei. Foster father is a person who can't stay still. He left Dragon Gate a few years ago, saying that he wanted to cultivate outside so that he could advance faster. Yuro Fei said. In fact, she also knew that it was impossible for her foster father to stay by her side and let her take care of him for a lifetime. After all, her foster father's goal was the same as Ling Xiao's, pursuing the pinnacle of martial power. The next day, the news of Ling Xiao's return to the sect immediately spread throughout the Dragon Gate. The people of Kim people were all extremely excited. With Ling Xiao in charge, their new generation of god kings felt a lot more at ease. After all, not only was Ling Xiao powerful, he was also a divine apothecary, which was enough to make many people admire him. On the other hand, the people of the Divine Body faction all looked worried, mainly because they had lost a lot of face because of what happened yesterday. Bad news travels 1,000 miles. The next day, the news of Yigong and Gongsun Yang being slapped and kicked by Ling Xiao immediately spread throughout the Dragon Gate. Have you heard? Divine Master Ling returned to the sect yesterday. Those rumors should be dispelled by now. That's right, there must be some people who want to use this opportunity to cause trouble, but I think it's really possible that he entered the chaotic burial space. I heard that Divine Master Ling's strength has already reached the high-level God King realm, and he even kicked Elder Higong and the new Divine Master Gongsun out of his peak. No. It can't be, Divine Master Ling has become so powerful, wasn't he just a low-level God King before? Even if he could jump 2 levels in a short dozen years, it's impossible for him to jump 2 levels in a row, right? Even if he really can jump 2 levels, he can't challenge Elder Higong of Sanjin of Goguryeo, right? A lot of people saw this. Half of Elder Higong's face was slapped off, and he said that he wanted Divine Master Gongsun to take over Divine Master Ling's peak. When Divine Master Ling came back, he didn't say anything and dragged them off the peak. Then doesn't that mean that Divine Master Ling also has the strength of Sanjin of Goguryeo? He's also a divine alchemist. Doesn't this double identity make him the most honorable senior elder in our Dragon Gate? It seems like the chaos in the sect is about to change. In Fangbu-er's secret room, the important god kings of the Divine Physique faction were gathered together. They were all famous existences on the Sanjin of Goguryeo list. On the Sanjin of Goguryeo list, Dragon Gate occupied more than 300 spots, so one could imagine that Dragon Gate's countless years of accumulation wasn't something other factions could compare to. Fangbu-er crushed the 10,000-year-old jade cup in his hand, then glared at Higong and shouted, "Higong, what's going on?" Everyone's gazes fell on Higong, all of them were indignant. Higong was slapped in the face, but it wasn't just him who was slapped in the face, but also everyone present. Higong's expression didn't look good either. He frowned and said, "That little bastard's strength isn't the same as before. I'm not his match anymore." Bullshit, what's your strength? What's that kid's strength? Even if he improved a lot, how can he fight against a peak god king like you? Fang Bu didn't believe He Gong's words at all. He Gong was also a little angry. Do you think I'm suffering and let him bully me as he pleases? You're the one who got slapped. This was Fang Bu's first time being contradicted by He Gong, so his expression turned gloomy. At this time, the other Senjin of Goguryeo said, "Stop cursing, He Gong, tell us the situation. How strong is that kid? If I'm not wrong, he should be a high-order god, but I'm afraid his true strength isn't just that. Otherwise, why didn't I even have a chance to resist? I really suffered for nothing." He Gong said angrily. Ever since he became the Senjin of Goguryeo, he hadn't been bullied like this for many years. Moreover, he was slapped in the face by a god king who was weaker than him. This was worse than death. At that time, he wanted to go back and fight a few hundred rounds with Ling Xiao, but he was afraid of causing more trouble, so he ran away with his tail between his legs. So he's not just a low-order god? Don't tell me he jumped 2 ranks in a short dozen years? That's impossible. Fang Bu said in disbelief. Didn't Shadow and the others say that he entered the chaotic burial space? Maybe that kid obtained a great opportunity, otherwise how could he come out? He Gong replied. As soon as he said this, everyone fell into silence. They all accepted He Gong's guess. What a blunder. I already said that we shouldn't provoke those people too obviously. They will definitely seize the opportunity to make things difficult for us, a Senjin of Goguryeo said with a sigh. No, it's still uncertain who will make things difficult for us. That little bastard actually dared to beat up his elders. He really has no respect for his elders. Fang Bu said with narrowed eyes. For someone like him, he could turn white into black and black into white. He was indeed very, very arrogant. However, no one present agreed with his words. Because Ling Xiao had become so strong, it made them feel uneasy. If it was said that Ling Xiao only suppressed those juniors before, making them feel a little ashamed, then now Ling Xiao easily defeated He Gong, this strength was already enough to make them take him seriously. If Ling Xiao set up an arena to challenge them, these old fellows, like he did a dozen years ago, then it would be troublesome. If he won, then it would be fine, but if he lost, then it would greatly reduce their prestige. Motherf **Ker, a bunch of cowards. Looks like I still have to take action personally. If I don't get rid of this kid, I'm afraid it'll be hard to do things in the future. Fang Bu cursed in his heart. At the same time, he was calculating in his heart how to eradicate Ling Xiao. He absolutely could not give up like this. At this time, He Gong seemed to think of something and said, "At that time, I was injured by him. It seems that the kid seems to know how to attack the divine soul with a strange power, causing me to be careless for a moment, that's why I fell for it." Power that attacks the divine soul? Everyone was stunned. Soon after, their expressions turned ugly. They looked at each other and softly exclaimed, "Could he be someone from the Hun clan?" Impossible, he has already been confirmed to be a member of the Kim people, how could he be a member of the Soul clan? Fang Bu immediately denied. There was no doubt that Ling Xiao was a member of the Kim people, this was something that the entire sect knew. It was impossible for a member of the Kim people to recognize a member of the Soul clan as their descendant, this was something that Fang Bu firmly believed. Right, it must be because of the divine hoop on his head. He Gong shouted as he thought of the key point. Everyone looked at He Gong, wanting to hear what he was talking about. I've never seen that little bastard wear a headband before, but this time, he came back with a black divine hoop with dragon and phoenix patterns on his forehead. Maybe it's the power of this divine hoop that can attack the divine soul, that's why I fell for it. He Gong confirmed, his old eyes exuding a strong sense of greed. Everyone knew just how terrifying the soul race was in ancient times. They might not seem very strong on the surface, but their soul power attacks were impossible to defend against. It was also because of this that the Soul Clan became so terrifying. If Ling Zhao's divine hoop really had the power to attack the divine soul, countless people would probably fight to get their hands on it. Everyone present revealed an obscure look of greed, and their hearts began to move. Dragon Gate held a meeting of senior elders. Those who could be conferred the title of senior elder were all distinguished existences in the sect. Each of them was either a member of the Senjin of Goguryeo or a divine apothecary. This senior elder council included the sect master, Ling Chen, and there were over 100 people in total. Some of the Senjin of Goguryeo didn't have the qualifications to be selected. However, there were only 50 to 60 people present at this meeting, and most of them were either in seclusion or out. Dozens of Dragon Gate's upper echelons sat at the table, and all of them wore solemn expressions. Ling Chen sat at the head of the table, and his gaze swept across the crowd. Next, I will announce an extremely vile internal conflict. Divine Teacher Gong Sun, step forward. Gong Sun Yang glanced at his senior brother, Gong Tanzhan, from his seat, and then walked out to greet Ling Chen. Greetings, Sect Master, Gong Sun Yang is here. A few days ago, you came to Ling Zhao's divine teacher peak and tried to forcibly occupy Ling Zhao's peak. You even injured people. This is a blatant disregard for the sect's rules, and your crime is punishable by death. Since this is your first offense, and you are also the sect's 7th divine apothecary, I will remove you from your position as a senior elder and take back the peak bestowed upon you. You will be worshipped for 100 years, and you will receive 1,000 divine staffs. Do you have any objections? Ling Chen coldly looked at Gong Sun Yang. Gong Sun Yang panicked. It didn't matter if he lost his position as a senior elder and worshipped, but the 1,000 divine staffs could take his life. He bowed and cried out, Sect Master, I'm innocent. I didn't forcibly occupy Divine Teacher Ling's peak, and I didn't injure anyone. Chapter 1291. Gong Sun Yang truly felt wronged. He truly didn't want to take over Ling Zhao's peak. It was all because of He Gong's instigation that he didn't hit anyone. All he did was say a few overboard words, yet he was slapped a dozen times and lost quite a few of his front teeth. I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. How are you being wronged? Ling Chen asked. Generally speaking, any sect would treat a divine alchemist as an honored guest and wouldn't make things difficult for him over a small matter. It was just that Gong Sun Yang's success rate was too low. It was already quite good if he could refine 1 out of 10 divine materials. A divine alchemist like him was only acknowledged within the Dragon Gate, but not by the Alchemy Union's badge. His status was only a bit more respected than an ordinary Great Saint Master. As such, Ling Chen didn't mind using him as an example. Of course, he would love it even more if he could bite out someone else. Gong Sun Yang glanced at He Gong, hoping that He Gong would speak up for him. However, He Gong closed his eyes and pretended like he didn't see anything. Gong Sun Yang was infuriated and cursed to himself, "You want to leave after using me? Not a chance." Just as Gong Sun Yang was about to speak, a voice spoke up, "Divine Alchemist Gong Sun is truly wronged. The one who hit him was someone else. Divine Alchemist Gong Sun was only an accomplice." The speaker was none other than Ling Xiao himself. It was rare for him to participate in such a high-level meeting, so he had to show his face no matter what. He had already been bullied by others. If he didn't retaliate, everyone would think that he was easy to bully. Gong Sun Yang followed along with Ling Xiao's words, "Yes, yes. I'm truly wronged." He Gong didn't think that Ling Xiao wouldn't let it go. He had already been beaten, what else did he want? He stared at the divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead, and his eyes flashed with fear, but also greed. Ling Chen glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "Divine Master Ling, you are the person involved. Tell me, who do you think is the one who hurt a fellow disciple?" Ling Chen was asking a question he already knew the answer to. He didn't dare to drag He Gong out to talk about this directly, as he was afraid that he would arouse the strong dissatisfaction of the Divine Body faction. However, it was different if it was brought up by Ling Xiao. However, the punishment would not be so severe. Ling Xiao glanced at He Gong and said faintly, "There are many witnesses to this. Elder He Gong, if you don't come out and admit your mistake, when are you going to do it? What did I do wrong? Divine Teacher Ling, please don't slander me." He Gong stood up and shouted. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Elder He Gong, you don't think you're wrong? Don't tell me that my men were beaten up by you for nothing." "I admit that Divine Master Gongsun and I went to your peak, but we just wanted to discuss the matter of exchanging peaks. It's fine if you didn't want to, but you actually attacked us. If you want to talk about the wrongdoers, then you are the ones," He Gong said righteously. Then he turned to Ling Chen and said, "Please punish Divine Teacher Ling. Divine Master Gongsun and I were beaten out of the peak by him. This kind of behavior cannot be easily forgiven." He Gong was really courageous. He actually dared to hit back. He only dared to do this because there were many people from the Divine Body faction present today. Of course, he also knew that this wasn't very convincing, but he just wanted to divert attention so that he wouldn't be involved in this. "Elder He Gong, you have to be responsible for your words," Ling Chen scolded. "Of course, I won't slander anyone. I think Divine Master Gongsun will agree with me," He Gong replied. Gongsun Yang quickly nodded and said, "Yes, it's just like what Elder He Gong said. We just wanted to discuss with Divine Teacher Ling to see if we could exchange peaks. Originally, if he said he didn't want to exchange peaks, then we wouldn't force him. But since he attacked us, then he was in the wrong. Please help us, Sect Master." At this time, the people from the Divine Body faction immediately spoke up for them. Fang Bu was the first to speak. "I don't believe that Elder He Gong and Divine Master Gongsun would do something like snatching someone else's peak. That's right, this is definitely slander. Sect Master can't just listen to their side of the story. Some people don't even consider the fact that they're from the same sect. I think we should severely punish these people." That's right, Elder He Gong and Divine Master Gongsun are not people who don't know their limits. There must be some misunderstanding, or maybe someone is deliberately framing them. Young people are quite impulsive. They just said a few words and then started beating people up. He really shouldn't have done that. If this continues, the elders in the sect will all be bullied by him. When the people from the Divine Body faction spoke, Kim People's people couldn't help but immediately retaliate. Suddenly, the hall became extremely noisy. "All of you, quiet!" Ling Chen shouted angrily from the seat of honor. Every time there was an elder meeting like this, something like this would happen. They simply didn't put him, the sect master, in their eyes. This matter is witnessed by all the elders on Divine Master Ling Mountain. "Elder He Gong, Divine Master Gongsun, do you still want to refute it?" Ling Chen asked. These people clearly attacked first, but they didn't admit it and even slandered them. Did they really think that he, the sect master, was just a decoration? They're all Divine Master Ling's people, so of course they're all on her side, He Gong said non-committally. "I don't think this matter is very serious." Elder He Gong and Divine Master Gongsun came to cause trouble, while Divine Master Ling attacked first. "I think they're both in the wrong. Let's just punish each of them for 10 years, an old man said. This person's word seemed fair, but in fact, he was on the side of the Divine Body faction. "I also think this punishment is good. Anyway, both sides didn't lose anything, so why do we have to be so unhappy? We should make peace," Fang Bu said proudly. The other people from the Divine Body faction also agreed, but Kim People's people couldn't refute it. After all, not many people saw He Gong attack with their own eyes. On the contrary, many people saw Ling Xiao drag He Gong, Gong Sun Yang, and the others down the mountain. When Ling Chen heard this, he couldn't help but feel angry. If they really did what they wanted, then today's meeting would become a laughing stock. Now he couldn't be partial to Ling Xiao. After all, his words weren't very convincing. Ling Xiao sneered at the elders of the Divine Body faction, and finally fixed his eyes on He Gong and Gong Sun Yang. It seemed that they were quite proud of themselves. Elder He Gong, since you want to deny it, there's nothing I can do. Ling Xiao said with a helpless expression. He Gong thought that Ling Xiao had admitted defeat, so he immediately said, "What I said is the truth, how can I deny it?" Gong Sun Yang took the opportunity to say, "That's right, I was even beaten by you at that time. Sect Master, you must help me." This fellow was a typical proud and obedient grandson. "Don't worry, the Sect Master will definitely help you. I believe that the Sect Master will not change the punishment just now. Of course, Elder He Gong, you attacked my people, so I have to ask the Sect Master to help me settle this matter." As Ling Xiao spoke, a recording crystal pearl appeared in his hand. When He Gong saw Ling Xiao take out this thing, he instantly panicked. Ling Xiao brought the recording crystal pearl in front of Ling Chen and said, "Sect Master, here is a record of how Elder He Gong made the first move. The facts are right in front of us. Elder He Gong broke the sect's rules. Sect Master, please punish Elder He Gong according to the sect's rules, otherwise I will definitely not accept it." Ling Xiao's words were very heavy, and also expressed his determination to punish He Gong. Otherwise, if Ling Chen admitted defeat in the end, then taking out the recording crystal pearl would be a waste. This recording crystal pearl was recorded by Sha Tian, who had been hiding in the dark. Ling Chen didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a move. He was pleasantly surprised, but he thought to himself, "This kid seems to have a problem with me. He actually didn't give me the recording crystal pearl before the meeting." Ling Chen looked at the recording crystal pearl and immediately shouted, "Everyone, look, is this what Elder He Gong said was done by Divine Teacher Ling? Simply lying through your teeth, a bunch of nonsense." Then he passed the recording crystal pearl to the other elders and said, "Everyone take a look, it is clear who attacked first. Let's see how to punish Elder He Gong." He Gong's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to destroy the recording crystal pearl, but he didn't have the courage to do so. He didn't expect that his moment of carelessness would be recorded by others. Now, he couldn't refute it even if he wanted to. On the other hand, Gong Sun Yang was slightly relieved. After all, he didn't injure anyone. On the contrary, he was the one who was beaten. "I don't think it's a big deal. Maybe it was their rude words that angered Elder He Gong," Fang Bu said. He naturally wanted to help He Gong, but he didn't know to what extent. He cursed in his heart, "Idiot, he actually left behind such a big tail. Humph, you guys turned black into white, and white into black. Could it be that He Gong and Gong Sun Yang's brains are clamped? Running to someone else's territory to be scolded? I think it must be the two of them who want to forcefully occupy Divine Teacher Ling's territory. That's why they used force to suppress us. These people deserve to be beheaded." A Senjin of Goguryeo from Kim people coldly snorted. "That's right. There can be no circle without rules. Whoever breaks the sect's rules must be punished." Another person from Kim people's faction replied. "I agree." Chang Haoyo's master faintly replied. His own disciple was being bullied. As a master, he also didn't look good. Now was the time to add insult to injury. The people from Kim people's faction started to speak out against He Gong and Gong Sun Yang. They didn't show any mercy. Because this was the best opportunity to directly attack the Divine Body faction's arrogance. How could they miss it? The people from Divine Body faction wanted to say something, but they didn't know how to refute. "Elder He Gong is our sect's senior elder. We can't punish him so heavily just because he taught a junior a lesson. How are we going to teach our juniors in the future?" Fang Bu said. He knew that it would be difficult to protect He Gong. He could only try to reduce He Gong's sentence. If Ling Xiao hadn't returned, even if He Gong had taken down all the people on Ling Xiao's peak, no one would have said anything. Does Commander Fang think that my subordinates can be bullied as they please? Ling Xiao asked. Chapter 1292. This was the best time to get rid of the thorn in his side, and Ling Xiao definitely did not want to miss it. Unfortunately, Ling Chen still disappointed him. He actually raised the butcher's knife high up in the air, but gently put it down. He said that Elder He Gong had worked hard and could not be punished heavily because of such a small matter. Therefore, Elder He Gong was only punished with 10 years of stipend, and was sent out to handle affairs for another 10 years. He could not return to the sect for the next 10 years. This was equivalent to letting He Gong go out to travel, and it did not cause him any actual harm. On the other hand, Gong Sun Yang was punished severely. He was punished with 50 years of stipend, and was removed from his position as a senior elder. In the future, he would not be able to participate in such meetings. Gong Sun Yang cried out in grievance. After all, he really did not beat anyone up. The little bit of power that he had just gained was gone just like that. Anyone would not be happy about it. However, he could not win against the big shots, and could only swallow this bitterness. Ling Chen thought that he had punished He Gong lightly, and that he was trying to win people over. However, the people from the Divine Body faction felt that he was a coward and would not appreciate it. As for the people from the Kim people, they were all dissatisfied. Ling Chen's punishment was too hard to convince the masses. And because of this wrong decision, Ling Chen lost his position as the sect leader in the near future. Of course, no one knew that this was the result of Ling Xiao's vague response to the elders in the clan. Ling Xiao felt that such an indecisive sect leader could not be at ease, and how could he control the situation? After the meeting ended, Ling Xiao immediately returned to the Kim people, and prepared to pay his respects to the elders in the clan. However, before that, he first went to see the prodigal and the 13th prince. Ever since Ling Xiao entered the chaotic burial dimension, they returned to the dragon-gazing mountain range and stayed in the depths of the mountain range. They knew that Ling Xiao was not dead, so they were not worried. Instead, they tried their best to nurture Little Gold, Muscle Man, and Dragon Horse. They were naturally overjoyed to see Ling Xiao return. I knew that boss would definitely be fine. You're the benevolent emperor that our race has chosen. The prodigal said very seriously. It was said that the humans assisted by the Qilin divine beast were all emperors born with great luck. This saying was not without reason. Ling Xiao smiled and patted the prodigal's forehead. Zizai, you're right. How could something happen to me so easily? The 13th prince said, Boss, when are you going to take us out? I'm bored to death here. 100 years will pass very quickly. The time it could spend with Ling Xiao was only 100 years. It didn't want to waste most of its time. It still wanted to explore the Qingyun realm. Well, don't worry. I'll take you out in a few days. Ling Xiao nodded. The prodigal and the 13th prince were both his capable subordinates. He couldn't let them waste their time here. Ling Xiao then noticed that Little Gold's current strength was already at the mid-stage of the 9th level. Muscle Man had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the 9th level and was only one step away from the high stage of the 9th level. The Dragon Horse had reached the peak of the 8th level and was only one step away from the 9th level. Don't underestimate their current strength. When they reached the 10th level, they would definitely have the ability to fight above their level. They were all mutated spiritual beasts and had special abilities. They wanted to follow Ling Xiao out like the prodigal and the 13th prince. However, Ling Xiao didn't have such plans for now. They were still a little weak. He comforted them to stay and see who could break through to the 10th level in the shortest time. To humans, the Divine King was a huge stepping stone. To spiritual beasts, reaching the 10th level was also a huge dividing line. If the power of their bloodline wasn't enough, it would be very difficult to reach that step. If they wanted to reach the 10th level, even if there were many beast cores for them to devour, it would take them hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. After conversing with them for a while, Ling Xiao rushed to the clan to pay his respects to the elders. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to return to the Xianling continent. However, he had something important to do and had to postpone it for now. Clan leader Ling Bo, great elder Ling Qiu, Ling Wei, and the other elders of the Kim people were there. If it was any other junior of the Kim people, it would be an honor to be received by one of the elders. Every time Ling Xiao returned, there would be several elders waiting for him. It had to be said that even the outer sect master, Ling Chen, didn't have such great prestige. Greetings, clan leader and elders. Ling Xiao greeted respectfully. Although he had some relationship with the soul race, his bloodline truly belonged to the Kim people. This point could not be erased. And in ancient times, the Kim people had just moved over from the Xianling continent and did not have much fame. They did not participate in the war against the soul race. Therefore, the soul race and the Kim people did not have much of a grudge. This was also why Ling Xiao did not need to worry about it. There's always a surprise every time I see you. This time is no exception. Ling Bo laughed heartily on the seat of honor. Great elder Ling Qiu echoed, that's right. This kid is really a strange talent. To be able to come out from that place safe and sound, it's really a rare event in the past 10,000 years. Ling Wei did not say anything. His old eyes were also full of praise. One had to know that Ling Xiao was of the same bloodline as them. It had been more than a decade since Ling Xiao last saw them. But in these short 10-odd years, Ling Xiao jumped 2 ranks in a row and reached the strength of a high-level divine king. This speed of advancement could definitely make everyone speechless. Even those cultivators who seized bodies or those who obtained ancient inheritances couldn't compare to him. This kid was simply a freak. They guessed that Ling Xiao must have obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the chaotic burial space. The way they looked at Ling Xiao was already treating Ling Xiao as the most important junior. No one could replace Ling Xiao's position in the clan. Ling Xiao had another identity as a divine apothecary. Furthermore, his bloodline power was much denser than theirs. They had no choice but to pay attention to him. Why does that divine hoop look so familiar? Ling Wei stared at Ling Xiao's headband and thought to himself. Ling Wei was the most experienced person present, so he was naturally more knowledgeable than the others. However, he didn't ask Ling Xiao on the spot. Instead, he tried his best to recall something. We old fellows have all heard about what happened in the outer sect. Ling Chen is muddle-headed. Ling Bo sighed from his seat of honor. Then, he said, you gave him such a chance to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, but he didn't know how to make use of it. It seems like he, the sect leader, has been bullied for too long and has almost become a coward. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, perhaps the sect leader's state of mind has really changed because of the mundane matters. His words undoubtedly affirmed Ling Bo's words and also expressed his dissatisfaction with Ling Chen. What he meant was that Ling Chen was more suitable to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a few days. It might be better to pursue a higher realm. How could Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the others not understand Ling Xiao's meaning? They immediately started to plan in their hearts. Perhaps this sect leader should be changed. Little Chen has been at the peak of the God King stage for quite some time. Perhaps he can try to break through further. The elder from Ling Chen's faction said. He also felt that Ling Chen's actions had caused him to lose face, so he might as well bring it up directly to make him feel a little better. I originally thought that Ling Chen would be the fastest to take that step, but he was actually surpassed by that brat Ling Fei. It seems like the management of the outer sect is indeed worrying. Ling Xiu sighed at the side. The words of these few big shots had undoubtedly determined Ling Chen's fate. As for who would take over Ling Chen's position, it was unknown. If this news were to spread out, those people from the Divine Body faction would all be jealous, especially Fang Bu. His desire for power was the strongest. Ling Xiao was just about to take his leave. He was definitely not interested in the position of sect leader. Unexpectedly, Ling Wei exclaimed, "I know what it is." Everyone present was startled by Ling Wei's inexplicable shout. "Fourth Elder, what are you doing?" Ling Bo asked Ling Wei. Only then did Ling Wei come back to his senses. He immediately laughed dryly and said, Nothing, it's just that. I was just thinking about something and got distracted." Then he immediately changed the topic and said, "Xiao, when can you return to the Xianling continent? With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to save the old ancestor." Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat embarrassed expression and said, "Great-grandfather, this matter. I'm afraid you still have to give me some time. I have some things to do. Let's wait for a few years. When I'm done with my things, I'll immediately return." Ling Xiao also wanted to return to see his family immediately, but now he had no choice but to settle the people of the soul race first. That's fine. Anyway, the old ancestor should still be safe. He can still endure it for a few years. However, the sooner you go back, the better. We don't want any accidents to happen. Ling Bo emphasized. "Yes, Patriarch." Ling Xiao replied. "Oh right, I heard that you taught a lesson to a Senjin of Goguryeo called Higong?" Ling Bo asked again. Teaching him a lesson is already too light for that kind of person. If it wasn't for the fact that he's a member of the sect, I would definitely not let him see the sun tomorrow. Ling Xiao revealed a sharp killing intent as he said. "That's right. To deal with those kinds of people, we must beat them until they are afraid. Only then will they not dare to cause trouble again. Sometimes, killing them to warn the others is more effective." Ling Xiu agreed. That's right. We Kim people are not afraid of anyone. If anyone wants to make life difficult for us, we will make it even more difficult for them. Ling Bo echoed and said, "It seems that you already have the strength of a Senjin of Goguryeo. In 2 years, the Seal of God's altar will open once every 100 years. At that time, you can go and verify your ranking. Having the identity of a Senjin of Goguryeo will only be good for you. There won't be any disadvantages. You can also experience the strength of the peak god kings of other influences." The investiture god altar had 2 lists. One was the Senjin Kingdom Goguryeo list and the other was the Supreme Incipient God list. Those that could be recorded on the Divine Seal altar would become famous in their region and become the most respected figure in their region. Ling Xiao thought about it and said, "Alright, I'll go there if I have time." Chapter 1293. To be honest, Ling Xiao really didn't have much interest in this Divine Seal altar. After all, with his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to casually kill 1,000 Divine King. At that time, wouldn't the Divine Light of Verification come? Why did he need to spend so much effort to join the investiture of the gods? Shi Yan wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he agreed. He knew that some ancient families in seclusion would send some juniors to challenge the ranking list. And, in the Sky Dragon area, some ancient families used to attack the Soul Clan. Although they had left the stage of history, their foundation was still there. It was just that they didn't show it in normal times. After the rise of the Kim people, they didn't participate in worldly affairs anymore. Thus, ordinary people didn't know about their existence. However, they occupied a lot of people on the ranking list of the Senjin of Goguryeo. From this, it could be seen that their hidden competence wasn't weaker than the super forces. Ling Xiao had inherited everything of Soul Wind. And he could be Soul Wind's reincarnation. He had to take revenge for the grudge against the Soul Clan. Of course, he hoped that the descendants of the Soul Clan would take revenge. That would motivate them to cultivate crazily. Anyway, he didn't mind killing some outstanding juniors of those races to pave the way for the descendants of the Soul Clan. After Ling Xiao bid farewell, he wanted to find Ling Fei. He heard that his brother had been in seclusion ever since he was relieved of his general position more than 10 years ago. However, he heard that he had come out of seclusion 2 years ago and had reached half-incipient God realm. He was the first warrior of the Kim people to reach half-incipient God realm in the last 3,000 years. Following his breakthrough, his position in the clan rose a lot. Unfortunately, by the time Ling Xiao found his residence, he had already been told to leave. Ling Xiao could only sigh and return to his place. However, when he returned to his house, Ling Wei was already waiting for him. Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling a little strange. They had just met. Why did his great-grandfather rush over again? Could it be that there was something he hadn't explained clearly? Great-grandfather, why are you here? Ling Xiao asked politely. Ling Wei stared at the dragon phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead and said, "This is a divine hoop. Did you get it from the chaotic burial space?" Ling Xiao understood that his great-grandfather had recognized the origin of the dragon phoenix divine hoop. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. Do you recognize it, great-grandfather?" Ling Wei sighed enviously and said, "How could I not recognize the dragon phoenix divine hoop, one of the famous supreme artifacts of ancient times? It's just that I couldn't remember it at first." "You're really lucky." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "You probably don't care about the Sanjin of Goguryeo because you own it, right?" Ling Xiao was taken aback for a moment before he replied, "Since great-grandfather has recognized it, then of course it is." The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was focused on defense, but it could also unleash soul power attacks. However, Ling Xiao did not use the power of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to injure He Gong. After all, He Gong was not worthy of using its divine ability. Good, such an important treasure has been obtained by you, no wonder you were able to come out of the chaotic burial space." Ling Wei laughed loudly, then his expression turned serious as he said, "But, you should still take it out. If you wear it on your head all day, if someone discovers it, I'm afraid it will bring about a fatal disaster." Ling Xiao understood the reason behind Ling Wei's words. After all, there weren't many ancient god equipment like this in the heaven realm, and every single one of them was a sect-protecting treasure of the various great powers. For Ling Xiao to carry such an ancient godly artifact on his head all day long, it would be hard for him not to be noticed. However, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to remove it in a short time." "What is it? Can't you control it?" Ling Wei said worriedly. If he was controlled by an ancient godly artifact, that would not be good. After all, weapons that had become divine artifacts would all have artifact souls, and some powerful artifact souls could even control a person's mind and take over their body. Although this type of artifact soul was rare, it still had to be guarded against. After all, what was above Ling Xiao's head was an ancient god artifact, and the artifact soul inside was abnormally powerful. Ling Wei was also worried that Ling Xiao had been controlled by the artifact soul. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Great-grandfather, you're thinking too much. I'm currently in the period of getting used to it. I believe that it will disappear from my forehead before long." This Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was different from ordinary divine artifacts. It was forged by Hun Feng, and it would only choose a descendant of the soul race as its master. Since Ling Xiao was Hun Feng's chosen successor, it was perfectly normal for it to automatically recognize Ling Xiao as its master. However, when Hun Feng became a top-notch sovereign, he injected a large amount of soul power, divine power, and spiritual energy into the dragon phoenix divine hoop, causing the artifact soul inside to fuse with him. It could be said that this dragon phoenix divine hoop was equivalent to a part of his body. Therefore, Han Feng always wore it on his forehead, and over time, he developed a feeling of flesh and blood connection with it. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao had this feeling when he wore the dragon phoenix divine hoop. However, because of this, removing the dragon phoenix divine hoop was equivalent to removing a piece of his flesh, and it was not easy. Unless Ling Xiao's soul power reached the level of a top-notch sovereign, he would not be able to remove the dragon phoenix divine hoop at will. Otherwise, the dragon phoenix divine hoop would be worn on his forehead for the rest of his life. This was also the will of the dragon phoenix divine hoop to protect Ling Xiao's life. It could also be said that it was the will of Han Feng. After all, with the dragon phoenix divine hoop, as long as he didn't encounter a top-notch ancient god artifact, Ling Xiao's head wouldn't have any problems, and he would be able to protect his life first when he encountered any danger. Ling Xiao's words were only perfunctory to Ling Wei. He didn't know how long it would take for his soul power to reach the level of a top-notch sovereign. Fortunately, the dragon phoenix divine hoop's appearance was very cool. If it was ugly, Ling Xiao would have taken it off even if he was beaten to death. That's good. Then try your best to fuse with it and avoid being recognized by others. That will be quite troublesome, Ling Wei reminded. Although Kim people did not participate in the soul extermination battle, they all knew about that battle. The soul race had committed a great taboo, which was why all the races had joined forces to exterminate them. If Ling Xiao's dragon phoenix divine hoop were to be found out by those people, even a sovereign would come out to kill Ling Xiao and snatch it away. After all, such a dragon phoenix divine hoop was equivalent to a life-saving treasure, and it could also attack someone's soul in a surprise manner. It was also a great help in killing enemies. Afterwards, Ling Wei gave some instructions to Ling Xiao before leaving. Ling Xiao stayed in the sect for a few days, concentrating on refining a batch of low-level pills. He was prepared to give them to the soul race people. Their physiques were too weak, so he had to first improve their physiques and increase their physical strength. He also had to clean up their meridians and acupoints and raise their cultivation speed. At the same time, he refined another batch of divine pills. A portion was left for Kim people, and a portion was given to Dragon Gate to buy their hearts. Of course, these materials had to be accounted for by the clan and Dragon Gate. He wasn't so powerful that he could provide divine pills to others for free. Half a year later, Ling Xiao brought the prodigal and the 13th prince out of the clan and returned to the outer sect. Just as he returned to his mountain peak, he noticed that there were many unfamiliar auras there. Ling Xiao thought that something had happened again, so he hurriedly went to the main hall. It turned out that these people weren't here to cause trouble, but to pay their respects to him, the divine apothecary. Some of them wanted him to refine pills for them, while others wanted to join his mountain peak and work for him. Ling Xiao had to personally receive them. After all, they were all elders of the same sect, so he had to give them some face. After a long while, Ling Xiao finally sent these people away. With his current popularity, he wouldn't dare to say that he was number one in Dragon Gate, but he was definitely in the top few. He had already become a legend in Dragon Gate and the idol of all the younger generation disciples. Many disciples wanted to worship Ling Xiao as their master, but Ling Xiao didn't accept any of them. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but he was too busy now. When he could calm down, he would plan to accept more disciples. Ling Xiao stayed on his mountain peak for 2 days, then went to Dragon Gate's book collection pavilion to look for some ancient records. He wanted to understand more about the ancient races, as well as where they were hiding, so that it would be easier for him to act in the future. One had to know that the soul race had many enemies, and they were from all the major regions, not just the Sky Dragon region. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to find out how many races they had survived, and where they were living now. After a few days, Ling Xiao came out of the book collection pavilion. When he returned to his mountain peak, Ling Gang had already returned from an errand. He had long known the news of Ling Xiao's return, but when he saw Ling Xiao again, he was shocked speechless. Anyone who saw a person soar to high-level Divine King realm from low-level Divine King realm in a short dozen years would be greatly shocked. Needless to say, Ling Gang could guess that Ling Xiao obtained a big lucky chance in the chaotic burial space. While he was envious in his heart, he was also filled with reverence. Recalling back then when his uncle Xiao was low-level, he slaughtered Sinjin of Goguryeo, and did not even place Sinjin of Goguryeo in his eyes. Now that he reached this strength, coupled with his combat power, he probably had the confidence to face Sinjin of Goguryeo head-on and win. After Ling Xiao and Ling Gang exchanged pleasantries, Ling Gang told Ling Xiao a piece of news. It turned out that this time, Ling Gang was searching for the whereabouts of the Shadow Assassination Group's leader, Shadow. It said that over a dozen years ago, the Shadow Assassination Group was annihilated, but that leader only escaped with heavy injuries and was not killed. As long as he caught Shadow, then the culprit who harmed Ling Xiao back then could be found. It was just a pity that Ling Gang did not find Shadow on this trip, making him return disappointed. However, Ling Xiao found out from his mouth that the last place Shadow appeared was actually the place he was preparing to head to. That place was precisely where the Soul Race's ancestral land was located. If I can catch that guy and prove that it was Fangbu, He Gong, and the rest who instructed to assassinate me, then I can get rid of them openly and justifiably. Ling Xiao secretly thought in his heart, "You're tuning into the UnparalleledSwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."